Yeah, we're just playing a couple games of no voice threes, and then I'll queue some shuffle on Rogue. Took on decurse. Not even for the hex, but for the curse of agony. I'm actually dead this global. I'm bad. I tried to fit another global into bear the renewal and had no decurse. I just need to have a decurse and I'm fine. For some reason, I thought with placements we'd just win every game in the opener, so I wasn't even trying yet. I shouldn't be that entitled though. Deeper daggers or flag? I think flag is better. Real hard to pick up? Not really. It's way easier than Rogue. That's like the old opener, but I have all the newer stuff in the Discord. Same channel. Yeah, you can flag kidney or kidney flag. It works either way. Just depends how likely you are to get peeled and stuff. Something I've been trying more too is just dancing before the kidney too. Just for an extra stack of macabre. Like sometimes I'll do like dance gouge kidney flag and then like I can kind of get up to like 8 stacks of macabre, which is kind of nice. I mean, you can kidney healer. It's situational. It's just like how spread they are. And if you want to like risk your dance. A lot of times you want a kidney kill target if it's like a blind go or a bomb go or like duel or, you know, or your teammates helped you with CC or, you know. You don't need to religiously kidney healer for CC every single DR. Like a lot of times you can just cheap shot healer. Kidney kill target. Especially if they're in orc. Especially if you're going on DR, you're not going to have kidney every go to. I mean, you're just symbolizing when you want to do damage. You don't macro it into dance though. If you're really bad and you need a Swifty macro, put everything in blades. But except for maybe T. But honestly, you don't even really need to play T. Obviously, everything also needs its own separate bind too. The problem of just like macroing symbols into everything is you're gonna accidentally burn through all of your charges of symbols when you only want to do one symbols a go, maybe two. The gutted flag. Is there new changes I didn't see? 5 minutes ago, class tuning updated. That's scary. What is the mastery just halved now? Oh yeah, okay, flag's dead. Okay, I'll spec out of it. Okay, now it's even less complicated. Well, at least we don't have to play clunky shit anymore. I might be dead here. His life cocoon for me, nice. Team is way too tanky for how little they've been doing. I don't mind the flag change though. It makes the game way less clunky. Like, flag is terrible game design. I'd rather they nerf that than like nerf every build. And that's part of why we're getting like these multi-mill hits anyway. And it adds too much counterplay and it's too inconsistent. Flag shouldn't be viable. I would rather they just prune it. Oh. You just take deeper daggers and you get to not have to take perforated veins, which is good. I mean, I think flag is just clunky. I was already trying to play a non-flag build anyway. Just to like play cleaner, but yeah, that's like the whole point of why you could do any damage, is if you just, you know, stacked that up and had like 150% mastery. I don't mind playing around flag though. It makes it less complicated though to teach people, but I think there should be some reward for it. But I mean, the thing is, right, that's just zero chance of killing outside of blades. Unless he was switching talents between blades and flag, because like you have flag for every blades, right? When does this go live? Tomorrow. There's just the updated list for tomorrow's notes. And they undid some of the Ellie Shaman nerfs, which were the only thing I was excited about playing. Which sucks. I thought the main thing about tomorrow is just like, you know, the and that's just rogue in general, right? You do damage with CDs or not. But yeah, flagellation is dead tomorrow. Honestly, it makes the talents a little more flexible. Oh shit, I need to go decurse. Why am I dying, man? I'm actually just dead still. I actually just got soloed by the lock. Through renewal and frenzy. I ran in, faked his kick, cloned the healer, recloned the healer, and then died through renewal. And skin and wall. Yeah, I don't know. Peril ruined literally all 4 tournaments in a row, and it's probably gonna ruin the finals too. And it ruined the end of Dragonflight. So I don't know. I don't know, I think without flag, it's probably still playable. It just makes you play less clunky. You're just not gonna be able to get any of those like crazy multi-mil hits. Gonna get used to like a 1.5 mil, maybe a 2 mil being high. You just do good micro CC and stuff. Now you just take flag out. It's not worth the global anymore. Like it made your goes so clunky anyway, so. If it gave you like one combo point and like worked with blades, then yeah. Okay, I'm gonna keep some rogue shuffles in like 2 more games. Like 1 or 2 more games. Eventually I'll get a dispel. Forwards, man. I don't think so. I think I was already playing a lot of builds without flag anyway. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty brutal. At least the goes will be less clunky. I think it's just built into better Blizz frames. They're here. I don't even think it's obviously it's too much with supercharger. I don't even think that. I think at the end of the day, like if you're putting in 30 stack flag and lining up finality and doing 4 finishers to set up Darkest Night, it should hit harder than some random instant cast that specs to do double your sustained damage. Burst for the same. But at the end of the day, even if you could crit for 3 million, sub rogue is still going to get doubled in damage. Even if it's an AWC rogue versus like a 1800 Death Knight. Even though Death Knights are terrible right now. That's a bad example, but like a 2100 Warlock or a 2100 Shadow Priest or a 2100 Ellie Shaman. You know, like there's very much a always bring the class, not the player. You know, just pick the highest DPS, MDI, fucking Mythic Plus Arena spec, you know, kind of thing. Hopefully it doesn't die without blocking. Like basically a full bleed build, not even trying to burst, non-crit bite from a feral is like what a 5 Avis's worth of setup sub-rogue Avis's, you know? In a lot of cases. Like if you ever try to play like the non-cheesy sub-rogue builds where you actually play like a normal, what would be realistic for CCing in PvP, it's a joke when you compare it to what a feral can do like as a non-even burst build. Like if you took every modifier and you tried to pool energy for a big bite or something to get like a 4 mil bite, it's possible to do way more than what flag would do. If you wanted to gut your sustained damage on feral. It's just you don't need to make that choice because ferals don't pay taxes. Same reason they don't really have less damage for being able to do crazy CC or, you know, have any damage penalty for being immune to poly or power shifting out of roots or being immune to disarm. And then even if you're bad at faking kicks and getting precog, like, you still get good value getting kicks out of the way for your teammates. God, they won't kick, man. I know it's low rating, but like, I faked like 90% of the cast like 4 times. I'm just doing like some no voice for conquest points. This one was winning placements. This is my second feral. We're gonna keep some rogue up for a bit. Maybe I just spec out a flag just to test the numbers. If I want some viewer twos, we can get that going too. Eh. I mean, Feral's just been improved rogue since literally Dragonflight. Or like end of Dragonflight. That's like before it even got the monopoly on being the only 20-second kidney shot in the game. I mean, I think flag is impossible to balance. It's the most, and they don't like high counterplay things, I guess. They don't want like the game to be interactive. Because at the end of the day, like flag, kind of like CDR, it's just toxic and it's impossible to balance around. Either you're smurfing on someone who's completely brain damaged and lets you peel set up for like 15 seconds straight and go, okay, I did 10 finishers on this guy, and then swapped to this guy and did 6 finishers on this guy, and they didn't stop me for my entire blades. Oh, I guess it gave me an extra 10 million damage. And they don't like that kind of variance where just good players won't let you get it off anyway. So hopefully we're underperforming with the flag change, and then that lets them buff us in healthier ways. Where they're just like, you know. It's just, yeah, why have so much counterplay when no one else in the game has counterplay? I was just testing this build out. It is terrible. I don't like this build already. Maybe with Trickster it'd be a little better, but I'm also playing no finality. I just wanted to see if like slamming Rotten and stuff would be good, but Jared clones me for no reason. Yeah, at least with Trickster, you'd get 20% more on the Gorma. Or maybe it's just not even Gorma, period, though. Maybe you still need to go Finality. It's awkward because I can't drop 1 point in symbols without dropping Rotten. Try this. You'd probably want to wear out like more Versa too. We're gonna be based on builders. I mean, everyone's already rerolled Feral. That's old news. Honestly, I don't mind them nerfing Flag because like it's clunky. It doesn't work anyway. I hope they like compensate elsewhere after they just see, you know, oh, it's not represented at all. Yeah, that added 200k to Gorma. I don't like that war stomp very much. It might just be dead. Getting double feared here. Hopefully it breaks. Doesn't break. He's probably dead because all of his CDs are ending now. Try not to nuke into Karma too much. Got the fuse. The DR war stomp really fucks my DRs. I think we just lose now. Cause I have to AFK for like 15 seconds. This is a really bad war stomp. Guess I could just blind defensively. He trinkets aggro. Try to proc his dodge like gouge. Procced it. Gouging him now, just to stall. We kind of bought a little bit of the DRs back waiting there. Got another paints up for like the 50th time this game. Karma's aggro for no reason. Multi-pen goes off. Very scary for us. Yeah, this build is some ass. Granted, this guy's been wasting my stun DRs a lot, so I'm kind of like AFK most of this game, but I was playing OP Cloak. I just forgot because I don't play God Cloak that often anymore. Honestly, I was selected it and I forgot I was even playing it. Yeah, they nerfed Flagellation in half tomorrow, so I don't think we're ever gonna hit a big hit ever again. But it is what it is. Because considering Asa can hit that high without flag, only Asa is allowed to hit, 2 million, I guess. No, I was playing with flag on the pushback. I tested like 1 or 2 games without it, and it was pretty terrible. I don't think Rogue is that playable right now. Just AWC Andy's making it work for fun on ladder against people that are just ladder players. But yeah. There's a reason Feral is as everyone. Trill's a Feral, Pika's a Feral, Waz has been playing Feral. It's kind of just better. Why willingly have counterplay when you could just be immune to disarms and novas and sheep and, actually do real sustained damage and have an Asa Rogue AoE blunder? We got a shuffle. I think it's just flag is impossible to balance around. And I would rather they just incentivize specking out of it. That way they can compensate us about not having it eventually. So then they'll just be like, oh, it's not playable at all. And then boom, you get like a 20% of this buff or something, And then it's just you don't have to do a clunky or shittier rotation with more counterplay and more weak auras going off for people to react to. Painted that. A lot of damage here if he just lets me get it off. Next goes, I actually have CDs for it. I just don't know how they think Acid Burst is okay if they think Cyber Burst isn't. Because Acid does way more damage than Sub. But it's just so boring playing Acid. Especially when you have to deal with all the bleed dispels in the game. But it just seems like they hate any spec that's not just some Mythic Plus fucking hold W, like Hunter Ellie type spec in the game, always. Whatever just does the most, you know, least counterplay Xbox controller DPS wins, you know? I did like no Envenoms, I can't even tell. But for me, it's like killing Thieves Bargain, right? You get to like play Smoke Bomb more. You get to play like Tricks or DFA, you know, more. You get to have Smoke Bomb if you're Disarm. Like, it's a quality of life thing. I think Flag is bad quality of life. It's just, do I think they're going to compensate Subrug for losing Flag? Probably not, because they hate Subrug. But if they gave us like a 10-20% compensation to lose, like, for losing half of our burst on how clunky Flag is, it just gives us less counterplay and makes the game smoother. Less cheesy. We just have Trinket? Couldn't. I think if this guy leaves Bear ever, but I don't think he will. And the Acid did less damage than the Holy Pele that game. Press like one Garrote and died. Probably specking out a Flag, definitely. But yeah, I don't know how we'll ever do damage without it. Unless we get compensated. I think it's like 2-4 or 2. Yeah. We can play an AWC. I don't know if I have a team season 2 or not. Whatever rogue spec's viable, or feral, or whatever does the most PV DPS, because that's what the devs love. They don't like CC and interesting outplays and stuff like that. Accidentally pre-disarms my dance. They bop aggro for no reason. Break some line. Spawns below. Hopefully he kicks the Searing Glare. He doesn't. I have blades for the next go if I live. Maybe I could sap with meld. Base combat actually does drop, but fun feral in 1, but we're probably dead this global. Could have killed in a couple more globals, but 06 for the asset, I guess. Shouldn't be, but we got Paradox the first of the day. Appreciate you. I mean, the asset just went out of his way to like break my shit too. Actually can lose too. This might be the only ASO dub. Still a little scary here. Can't stop this clone. Good port. Kind of bad because the feral has wall for this, but like the only way for me to peel. After the Searing Glare, I can kidney healer then kill, but I'm probably dead this global. Sucks. This is the one dub for the asset probably. Unless I just kill the feral here. He dies this global. Never mind, we're chilling. Sketchy, sketchy. You know. I think I needed the main tool of my burst to get nerfed in half when every single spec in the game doubles my dam. That's kind of nice. I like having a 30 stack, you know, supercharged finality Darkest Night Abyss with symbolic doing what a bleed build non-crit fucking feral bite does, you know? It's kind of sick. I don't think sub's playable already right now. Thanks for streams, no problem, man. The amount of effort you have to put in for like a 1.5 mil that's like just some random instant cast lava burst or earth shock or, you know, 2 million collapsing void or, you know, just some random double star surge with 2 incarns. Like every other spec has infinitely more quality of life. It's not even in the same expansion. You could give, you could kill triple DR and give their 2 DRs of CC. You could give cheap shot charges and people would still whine about Subruk. Can our Pika work supercharger venoms? I mean, it hits harder than sub, but I don't know. Asta just gets countered too much by bleed removal specs and stuff. There's just too many bleed removals in the game. You guys playing Battle Master Trinket as a survival hunter? Okay. Hopefully he can switch the clone. Yeah, he gets trapped. Tried to DFA bash there, but he didn't do it. This hunter CD is really scary. I have kidney in 1 for the druid. I do like the energy on this build. It feels like I have 200 energy, even though I don't. With Gorma and triple symbols and Swift Death. But it doesn't feel like I'm really doing anything. I think if I had full Versa, like if I had like 40 or like 30+% Versa, it would feel a little more. Because this build is just all builders. And then I get an extra modifier on builders with Trickster, and then I get an extra modifier on builders from just lethality. Since I'm playing Cold Blood. That being said, I don't feel like I'm ever bursting at all. Unless I get like a Shadowcraft double Abyss in a row with crazy flawless form stacks from doing coup de grace. Which is not really realistic ever, but. In Shuffle, like a kind of turret machine gun sustained DPS build like this could be okay, but. My peak Abyss that game was 700k. That's fucking dog shit. Rupture is ticking for less than half. I'm missing like literally 100k a Rupture tick. Well, it's also coup de grace just bugs out and does nothing sometimes. And then I think having to cancel flawless for him to not break CC also feels really shit. Like it's not even like a awareness APM thing to know to cancel it because it's easy to have a cancel aura and a weak aura for it. It's just that it feels dog shit to lose like a 20% burst damage to not break CC. But yeah, I was trying like a Swift Death, triple symbols, rotten, you know, to get this extra 25%. The Gorma here. And then an extra 20% on critting Gorma here. I could see this build actually being okay in some situations, though. I mean, Gorma does piss damage, but I just need crazy Versa, I think, for this build. A lot of that game I was doing 400k DPS, even though my Abyss was like 700k. Imagine how bad my Abyss would be without crazy mastery, because I'm at like 90 mastery. Like imagine if I was 60 mastery going full trill mode with this build. No finality is ass, yeah. So you lose so much. It's not even about the Abyss. You lose so much Rupture. I just don't know how you afford it. Because the Gorma actually does help with the energy. Soothing Worth, I mean, I just have an extra combo point. Because going down to double vanish costs way more than getting lethality. Because it's 1 point here, 2 points here, 1 point here, versus just 2 points here and 1 point here. So if I was just going this, I just have nowhere else to put this point. Besides like a snare or a leeching. An extra point. Calvish drop a charge of symbols. I mean, that's not going to work for this build. Then you can't take Rotten. Like I wanted to try a full builder, you know, Abby Dance style, full Versa style build. The whole point is do a lethality surprising strikes Gorma for like 900k and to crit a couple 400k shadow strikes symbolsing multiple times in a row. Dude, I don't know if I want to do Rogue Mage shoes right now. I'm sorry. I want to just like test some different builds out with a healer. I guess that would make sense too. Yeah, I could do that. It's just Cold Blood Secret or does a lot of damage though. Because the whole point of this build is you don't have burst. Like this is gonna be the only burst you have is like a 2 million Cold Blood Secret maybe. And I don't feel like I'm having any energy problems at all. To like need extra energy. Because Gorma is giving you 3 free finishers into you having 3 swift deaths symbols anyway. I don't feel like you need. Might take supercharger if damage from finishers is shit. That's true too, honestly. But I mean, you gotta have some kind of burst. And this still helps with the secret tech. And just has synergy with spamming multiple symbols in a row for Rotten. I don't know. I'm just testing for changes tomorrow. Flag is getting minus 50% tomorrow, Emergence. I don't know if you've seen the new patch. Flag is dead. That's why we're trying new shit. And then they reverted a lot of the Ellie Shaman nerfs for no reason. Even though Ellie Shaman's burst way harder and just accidentally 60-0 people in a global all the time. They need the nerfs reverted. God forbid someone fucking set up flag and literally pull off 10 different globals of burst on 2 different targets with like 7 different clunky modifiers all stacked together to hit for what a feral non-crit bite hits for as a bleed build, not even a burst build. While everyone's doubling your damage overall if the game goes longer than 2 DRs. How's my night going? It's going. I would think Outlaw is probably still better than Sub. They gain some quality of life upgrades. The only thing that sucks is just playing without Shadow Step is ass. Yeah, I don't really like Outlaw anyway. There's just too much RNG. I mean, it's just there to like crit a Gormaz, I guess. We could try this too. That's the old one? Pretty much. But we're not playing flag with it. So we're getting to play inevitability. They made Gormoth 45-second though. It's not that bad, but still gonna try Rotten into this just to test it, but Bloomblade building? Nah. Somebody good now with the changes? Nah, and we're getting more nerfs tomorrow. Why force that? I think it's better with Trickster. I'm testing Trickster a bunch. Worst case, I get rid of the force set again tomorrow. When I get a world PvP chest. I hate that we stunned the warrior. I mean, okay, we killed male Night Elf Swifty who didn't press any buttons. Maybe we're OP, I don't know. They're broad, true. I don't know, they're sub rogue. We got a 900k of this. Yeah, we got a 2 mil secret. See, this is why you want Cold Blood. For the person that was like, drop Soothing in this to get 50 extra energy. You never have energy issues. Like, we did get a 2.3 mil Cold Blood secret. 800k a tick. I used to play drums, yeah. This build is just entirely Cold Blood secret. Now we could do something like this, maybe, and then that would buff Secret Tech even more too, and just drop the whole idea of Gormaw. But then it's gonna feel really energy starved. I'll take the no voice 3s out. My bad. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think flag is impossible to balance around and it's cheesy, and I would rather they nerf it and then compensate us elsewhere. I know they won't compensate. Darkbreed doesn't work on Secret Tech. It does actually. So the first hit of Secret Tech is physical, and then hits 2 and 3 of it are shadow. Like the Akari soul part. So it is a modifier overall on it. Gonna defensively duel the forget I don't have subterfuge. It's kind of awkward. Today's combat? No, I just look at the sap actually. We're chilling. Is Ross back though? Used it. Slow priest running in for the fear. Fades out of my slow. I'll cloak some priest damage here after I kick him. There's no Ross for this go, and I have blades. I mean, flag is just clunky and bad for the game. But yeah, if it just gave one combo point and worked with blades, it'd be fine. So you could actually fit it in a rotation organically. So the sub nerfs, yep. My back hurts? I mean, my back always hurts. I have a crooked spine, I have scoliosis, but... Yeah, I think Pearl is just better than Rogue in every category. Sustain, burst, CC, tankiness, mobility, annoyance, quality of life in general. There's nothing a Feral doesn't do better than a Rogue since Dragonflight. Season 4, at least. Early Dragonflight Rogue was insane, obviously, but... Like, I could have stopped so much damage by just Rossing his dragon. But he decided to save Ross for himself. He probably doesn't even have a bind to Ross's teammate. I just wasted most of this dance. I didn't have subterfuge and I wanted to wait, but... We're probably just dead here. He cocooned himself instead of me. F. Yeah, it's all my weak auras and stuff in there. And right now I'm just testing a bunch of different builds of what can be good, but like I don't think anything will do any damage at all. We're just adding layers and layers and layers of modifiers and complexity to try to hit for what an instant cast Earthshock does. While everyone else doubles their sustained damage. While I spend like, 10 globals setting up what most classes do organically every couple globals. Without waiting a minute to do it. I mean, I think nerfing it by 50 is healthy. Even nerfing it by 80 is healthy if they compensate other things and they're just saying, yo, this is toxic. It's a PvE only button. You know, we don't really want to rework the ability to make it healthy for PvP. So we're just going to nudge you not to take it and then compensate you on other stuff. Then it would be fine. I walked around that, but it still got me. I get 500k DPS this game, but I don't feel like any move I did hit for more than like 900k, but they're also just spam healing the whole game instead of doing damage, so I don't know. Yeah, I guess I hit tanks harder too. I mean, even then it's like 900k of this. I'm testing Rotten Gorma Whole Blood. I don't really enjoy Outlaw right now. It's just too RNG, and I don't like not having Shadow Step. I don't really enjoy Asa either, so because there's just too many bleed removals in the game. I think Sub is the most consistent and the least clunky. I mean, the best rogue spec is just playing Feral. Been that way since Dragonflight Season 4, so. It's a setting in Better Blizz frames. You go to Miscellaneous, and it's just... And Fade is used. I think all my weak res are on the Discord. I can link it for you, Jeff. Has all the weak res and everything. Everything UI related's on there. No, they're never gonna nerf Feral, sadly. It's already been like ruining like all 5 tournaments in a row. And it ruined the end of last season too. Beige's Incarn. He restuns into evasion the second time. He probably rerolled yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, at tournament level, usually it makes sense to play Rogue outside of this AWC, because usually Rogue is like almost all of top 8. And it's just like some Asa and Outlaw are like winning the PvE dampening war, because Rogue is usually really tanky. But at the end of the day, they will always balance Rogue around like a Calvish or a Waz. They will never balance like a Warlock around Chanimal, or, you know, Warrior around like Blizzo and Magnus, or, you know. Or Shadow Priest around like Prev and Wiz. Like it doesn't work that way. Because at the end of the day, they're trying to balance around what's frustrating or not, and people don't like dying in stunts. Or CC being good. They just want to play some Mythic Plus dungeon arena of running around, Michael Bay AoEing, breaking every single CC. Right now, we're trying less bursty builds, because tomorrow the burst is getting nerfed in half. Because they're gutting flag by -50. So you won't really be able to get crazy mastery numbers anymore. So I'm like trying to test other builds. Flag is giving 50% less mastery in PvP tomorrow. They just snuck that into ninja changes like an hour ago for today for PvP. I don't think it's a PvE nerf, just a PvP one. So it won't be worth picking flag tomorrow. And that's like the only way you can actually burst right now, so just having 30 stack flag. I mean, Feral is just twice the representation of like all 3 rogue specs put together. And it has the AoE blender of an Asa rogue, the triple stun burst of a sub rogue, and the mobility tankiness of an outlaw rogue. While just also being easy mode, break every route, unable to be sheeped, unable to be disarmed. Like, it just has higher quality of life in every category. Critical coil. I break that with nimble, even though I was like trying to make sure they were spread. There's no port, so I can bomb then kidney. Get trinket gate. Energy starts because I couldn't really fit Gorma into that last go. So I actually had to spend energy on finishers here, farming dance back. Right out the fade. Might just be dead here. Fake this fade. Might sap priest out of nothing because they're just AFK. No subterfuge. Defensively duel the healer because I don't think I have enough damage to really try to dual kill the lock. I just need to stall out the DRs. By the time I build kidney here, he'll be off DR. But he's on CD for 5, so. Yeah, I can kidney now into a blind. By the time the blind is going for sap, I'll have dance back for the sap. Lock gets his first fake in like 4 minutes. Resap, early knock him out of line. Appreciate a deep blue. Enhanced still good? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, I don't think Subrogue is good already now. I can't imagine 50% worse on flag. Like that's the only way you hit like over 1.5 mil is with 30 stack flag. And even when you get like a crazy like 2 mil, 2.5 mil sometimes with like 7 different clunky modifiers stapled together, you're still last on damage by a mile. And some other class just does like multiple other, you know, million burst things all in a row that equal out to the same anyway, while doing double your sustained damage. Like you only look like you do good damage if like it's like a 2 DR long game and people just don't trade right. I mean, what's the point is that the build is gone tomorrow, right, Scrap? So why not just test new things? Like, sure, I could try to pull off like a clickbait giant hit, but I think flag needs a nerf. It just needs compensation. Like they need to like shuffle the damage out of it so you feel less forced to take it. Because it's really clunky. And it has too much counterplay. But just no compensation at all when going through all the clunk is the only way to do damage. Now there's just no window you can do damage. I think 20 would not be healthy enough because then you would still be forced to take it. I would be okay with an 80% flag nerf where they just said, yo, we don't like flag in PvP. This is a PvE only button. But we're too lazy to delete the talent. And then they just compensated a vis by like 20%. In which case it'd be like, nice. I'm not getting like some 2.5, 3 million hits anymore, but yet no compensation is wild. Like we're already doing dog shit damage, even playing like the clunky build and just hoping that people are bad and don't peel it. I don't think off GCD would ever happen, but like maybe if it gave one combo point and like worked with blades, then you could actually organically fit it in the rotation, especially against orcs. Instead of having to like pre-flag. We just swapped on the Ross there. Maybe step kick penance in a second into a blind. JK, I get rooted. I'd blind here, but it's just gonna break to flawless form. Maybe I'll still do it. No, it's not worth. I can step kick them and then do it because they're like spread now. Still breaks even though I'm a mile away. Nice. Actually, no, he's adapt. That's why. Didn't break. Forgot that it doesn't like go on the actual trinket frame when they trinket, but it's just a debuff. Because S Arena is just bugged with adapt, I guess. I thought it would like show the timer on the trinket, but without having to look at the debuff. Wasting a symbols for energy regen while I farm dance. Probably dead soon. Double feared off this. Got Ross, so I'm not going to cold blood here. Yeah, Sub is dead tomorrow. I'll get someone new in. It just gives you full comp points from pre-med to get a kidney. Especially if they're like orc instead of opening with cheap shot. And it gives you time sometimes to CC their teammate, where it's just like if you couldn't get a sap on healer kind of thing, or you're just like, oh, gouge the kill target, go cheap shot the healer into blind, kidney the kill target out of gouge. Keeps them from like going bare, using a defensive, or CCing you or something. Only 600k, most classes are doing like some 700k shit, while you're doing like 280 to 350. Once people are like properly peeling you in threes. Like Warmoz, I'm just testing it because flagellation is just getting basically removed tomorrow. They're nerfing it more than half. So just trying to see if there's any kind of like weird sustained damage build that can do anything, but we were testing like a rotten build with cold blood. We were testing just like the old T build without subterfuge. And then we were testing the like this kind of cold blood variant of that same T build, but without T. It seems like Asta is just gonna do double the burst of sub. And so Rogue only does like good damage if you like win in the first 2 or 3 goes because people didn't trade right. Might just be dead here. I played really over aggro. That was a good seduce to get the chaos bolt off. Oh, I almost sapped that. Try to DFA coil in a sec. Got it. Why would he time it with CC or anything when you could just press it on cooldown? Raucous dodge so I can get a kidney. Might be dead here. He's gonna get 3 chaos bolts off. Raucous dodge so I can kidney. Getting coiled, try to DFA it. I'm probably dead because I didn't get it. Defensively bomb myself. Tap the monk because he's literally just AFK half the game. And maybe one shot this guy in a duel really soon. Practice dodge. Base for dam reduc. Put a DFA coil. Practice dodge second gouge. Crazy, the guy doesn't even play with a kick with a pet because he doesn't really have faith in ever landing a kick. Doesn't even make any attempt to fake a kick. Step behind the bolt so it doesn't go off. Doesn't even need to play with an interrupt. Should be able to get a blind sap off that. Rest in peace though, my whole dance. I have blade still, but we're getting coiled. Actually doesn't have coil, he just wasted havoc on air. Doesn't have port, so I can pre-bomb. Dampening is low enough that this life cocoon does literally nothing. Same with Dark Pact. Banish this bolt so I don't just die. Probably DFA fear here. Getting coiled soon though, he has it in 3. Try to stun before I get coiled. Coup de grace. Do a secret tech without cold blood. His pet's gonna die to random rupture because he never healed it or anything. Beldom's a new pet. I think he still just dies here. Okay. Sending cold blood secret without any dance or any damage, but probably not worth. Try to DFA this coil. He doesn't have coil, but maybe still kill. I don't know why he keeps havocing air when he's not even like double bolting with it. Okay, he faked 0 kicks, played without a kick pet, you know, did nothing. The secret tech didn't seem to do that much damage there. I don't know if this feels good. I'll try this one again. I think Glad is such a low bar, you can get that as any spec. Maybe tank specs would struggle, but yeah. Like right now, obviously there's only a couple Glad teams in the world, but like once inflation kicks in properly. Once Glad goes from like actually rank 1 to like basically rival, maybe old school duelist. When it, you know, is 700 plus points below rank 1 instead of like 200. Or even 0. I think you'll just enjoy Feral more than playing Rogue. Nah, I think we drop flag tomorrow. Couldn't focus cheap shot this guy point blank. So I'm actually gonna die because of that. That's crazy. Might just be dead this global. I just don't know how I couldn't focus cheap shot the guy first global before the incarn. It was like lagging out of range. The animation like kept going off with like the arm movement, but it wasn't actually cheap shotting him. That was the true weird thing. Like I almost died in the opener because of that. Here, look at this right here. Ready? I get out of the rake stun. I press focus cheap shot. The animation goes off. I press focus cheap shot again. Then he like re-stealths it and like the animation goes off. Like like the animation went off like 3 times. Weird. Mage whispers me. I mean, double DPS should never win, but he's the traitor to his class plan with a feral druid. The only reason they did any damage in the opener is because the feral has like Walmart Wi-Fi and cheap shot won't hit him for like 3 fucking globals next to him. He's just lag teleporting all over my screen. Nimble Flurry breaks that a mile away from him. Nice. Bomb after the Divine Hymn is over. Get wall there and will. And a trinket. He's kind of bad because he doesn't have fear forever. At least he like pre-packed at air when we weren't really ready to do a real go. We're just gonna farm dance charges on the pets. It's a double fear, I like it. Maybe I could sap it if I'm lucky. Probably not though. Nope. He dropped combat after I already gouged, like a whole second after the fear. Tried a DFA coil. Didn't get it. Getting coiled now probably though, because it's off CD. No one ever doesn't just press it on CD for no reason. Gonna run because it is Tyrant. He wants to Axe Toss coil me out here. All of his CDs up. You can even just switch pillars. Gonna evasion some of the pet damage on me too. Yeah, we can do kidney into blind sap soon. I have kidney in 4. Double axe toss on my non-go. He trinkets. Might sap his trinket still because he just doesn't press a global for 2 seconds after trinketing. I don't even know why he bothers to trinket if he's not gonna press a button. He basically just sat the blind even though he triggered it. He just didn't plug his keyboard in after. At that point, just sit the CC. Guy has no port, so I can pre-bomb the stun. I have blades, but gonna go through pack 2, even though it's kind of bad. Forgot I was playing T this game. Thoughts on sub? The nerfs tomorrow is gonna hurt. I don't know though. Yeah, he's Howl, yeah. Flagellation is getting 50% less mastery tomorrow. They like ninja tacked that into the patch notes like an hour ago. Because normally they put their patch notes out on Friday and then they like update it on Sunday, but now they were just like day before, yeah, we're reverting some of the LE nerfs and we're just gutting sub. I did find it weird that sub wasn't getting any changes, so it was kind of a red flag, but it always sucks to be excited a whole weekend of like Tuesday there's going to be Hunter LE nerfs, you know, I might be able to play the game, and then, you know, nope. Yeah, we're gonna drop flag tomorrow. Do you think horde racials need buffs? I think they just need to turn racials off now that they let people be dragons, so I don't know. Meld is like the only fun interactive racial. Orc is really bad for the game. So we dropped the whole spec tomorrow. I mean, Feral has already been better than Rogue since like Dragonflight Season 4. But if they like compensated that by like making flag less clunky by like giving it a combo point and making it work with blades or something, it would be fine. It would just be, you know, less clunky, but they're not doing that. Or if they like buffed Vis by 20% to like make the other builds that don't have flag have like viable damage, but yeah, the burst is just gonna fall off a cliff. Like even with 30 stack flag, I struggled to kind of hit what a lot of classes just do on accident without all their CDs sometimes. Just the ulti pen on because I'm stuck in the root. You said I have blades for the next go, so I'm saving on use right now. Shouldn't have gone DFA this game. I should have had disarm. Forgot to switch. Try to DFA the shockwave, but kidney in 2, but I might just be dead here. Next Blades in 40, I might be able to kill, even though he'll have Trinket. Dampening might be high enough that something happens. We're almost at that 60% dampening mark by the time I have CDs. And he won't have Enrager Gen either, so he won't be able to press a defensive while stunned, which is good. Like one more little fake go. I'm not going to on-use this, but I think we just die here anyway. Save an on-use for the real go. Other paints up as soon as I press my CDs. Unlucky. Really wishing I had disarm right about now. Kidney into blind sap. Actually, I don't have kidney for 5. Can't even blind here because I'm Trickster and I'll just AoE break it unless I cancel or all of my damage to not break CC every global. Disarm would have helped a lot though this game. They're spread enough that I can maybe do kidney blind sap here. Should just blind it off the kick, to be honest, instead of waiting for kidney, but they're stacked again now though. He wasted Enrager Gen on air, so we have a chance to win actually. I had dual up that. Nice, I get it. Nice. I thought he was going to get the swap off there, but he doesn't even have swap. Just wait out the blade storm. You ever gap stuns because the extra haste? No, because PI doesn't let Rogue Global go any faster. The only way you get faster than a 1-second global is Adrenaline Rush on Outlaw with 25% haste. GG, dear. I'm testing a couple different builds out today without flag, but yeah, doesn't look good. We're testing just like the Dark Brew build again. We're testing like a Rotten Gorma build, Cold Blood. And we're testing like the normal build, but none of them seem to do that much damage, to be honest. Yeah, I really don't want to play Bargain again, though, because you also like nerf your damage with it. And it hurts when you're playing Feint. Oh, I dare blinded off that to get a sap, but that was not worth because he was on sap there anyway. I forgot. Try to cloak the double fear. Cloak the sphere. Might just be dead to air here though. Pick that. I had blades for the scout. I do think with like 30+% Versa, this build could be viable in some comps. Like if you're like playing Rogue Shadow Priest or Rogue Lock or something, or Rogue Boomy. Like maybe not like RMP, but High Trickster, just like more sustained damage. Extra 25%, it's not bad either for Rotten, for like the Gormon stuff. Problem is like coup de grace bugs out sometimes. I generally like Deathstalker more, but the sap range is fun, and you know, but I hate cancel aura in flawless form to not break CC because it's way more of a damage penalty than Deathstalker just being like choosing your targets better and like just communicating that you can't get the mark off the healer or something if you do a healer swap. It's easier to play around singular focus bug than it is to cancel flawless form to not do nimble, because like sometimes you're canceling like a 20% damage buff to not break CC, which feels terrible. Nah, I don't really care about vanilla WoW. I'd rather put the fries in the bag than play vanilla WoW. It's like watching paint dry to me. There's no skill expression at all. Hardcore or not. They're playing like a 4-button spec, and the only skill thing about hardcore is not alt tabbing and dying, or not falling off an elevator, or disconnecting. Just a waste of time. On the life swap. Oh, he just jumped into the bomb. I mean, I like Kata class design better. It's just too much PvE for me, and they need to like make changes for it to not die. Like announce multiple tournaments per classic expansion. and remove more PV gear and remove RNG and all that. Trickster Grandma feels like the best one you're experimenting with so far. Honestly, none of them feel good at all. Even in Viewer 2s where I'm smurfing. It's just even more of Team Go Play Feral. The best one probably is still just staying Deathstalker and doing something like this. Probably still maybe even like that. I mean, the cat is very dead right now. Now PV gear is all of it because it's just higher item level than PvP gear. Like even in season 1, it was PvE rings, PvE neck, PvE cape, potentially a PvE proc trinket if you didn't want to do double on use, PvE helmet. I'm gonna try Gloom Blade for fun. Nice D4. I think target 123 is nice, yeah. You do more damage with this? Maybe on like non-plate like squishies, but and it's like sustained damage rather than burst, but we're just testing shit. Yeah, after this game, I'll pull it open. I'm to get a sap. My kick went on, like the animation went off, but at least it didn't go on CD, I guess. Proc is dodge, second kidney, JK, it doesn't proc from behind. Trinket wall. Defensively dueling him, so he has to tunnel into my evasion to stall as much of his incarn as I can. Try to gouge that, but it was on global forever. His incarn really soon. At least he put me on stun DR. Means he has to incarn my healer. He still tries to incarn me and he just lets me evasion it. Oh yeah. I don't know why he was going for the DR stun on that. We're hitting that 60% dampening mark. The game is going to start soon. Might just be dead here. Yeah. I mean, I didn't do too terrible in damage. I just don't have any burst at all. Song names are right below the webcam. Flag is too clunky for it to just be like a 20% mastery increase, 30% or whatever, instead of like 70 or whatever. Not worth it. If they made it like less clunky to get off, then sure. How much was Gloomblade doing there? That seemed better than having Swift Death. Yeah, I've seen some of the Trill prop pally one shots. We'll say it's way easier to kill totems with Gloomblade too. Bet my healer to kick the lasso. Otherwise the shaman wasn't in my line. Loving the music, thanks man. Tried to cloak the fear, but he didn't have it yet. Figured dispelling me here would have been good because it's my blades. And it was my dance, but he might just die here anyway. Swaps mate. Evage for Dammerduck. What? Are you cheering for the nerfs with that exclamation mark or what? Got dispersed again. Just dead here, I think. Get silenced, yeah. Trying to get back to the pillar to stall. I had vanish in like 5 when I died too. Yeah, thank you, Coco. I don't know what the yes is for in the note. Playing without flag feels down bad, man. It's clunky, but like, it is the only way to do damage. Yeah, I'm trying to test what would feel better than not playing it, but yeah, I don't see how it'll be valuable without damage or utility. It already doesn't feel that good, even with the good damage. It's still not good damage. People just clickbait on like a one big like 2.5 mil hit every few games when you fight a really big squishy. It's just like not realistic into the majority of the game. We got a trinket with that. Book the binding and the searing glare, 2 for the price of 1. Lay on hands. Good thing it doesn't get affected by dampening anymore. So it's actually a real lay on hands, even in 44% damp. HPL needed that buff, even though it was already the best healer. Guy pre-Ross is air, so I'm not going to really send anything into it. Saving on use trinket till it lines up with blades on next go. Gonna vanish this crows. Guess I still evasion even though it's non-bestial wrath. Oh, he presses it now into my evasion for no reason. Why wait it out? Blinds off my dots, I appreciate it. Like win condition wise, this did still feel the best. To just stay Deathstalker and, you know. My highest was probably still like 1.5 mil. Yeah, 1.3. Still terrible. That's basically pre-rework. I mean, I'm just testing a bunch of different builds, but most of the builds I play are on the Discord. Yeah, right now, today is just me experimenting things for tomorrow with the flag nerf, but maybe we just stay flag anyway, even with the nerf. Even though it's clunky. God, the target dummy is so laggy, I can't even do my rotation. Yeah, 156 mastery. So 30 stack is giving me 73% mastery. So it would give you 37 or 36.75. So instead of going to that, I'd be going to 120 mastery instead of like 150. No, it's just the servers really suck. I like the open world sometimes. For Major Rogue Hunter, I feel like every major change the last 3 years has hurt double DPS. Yeah, I mean, double DPS has been extinct for like 10 years. They despise ever playing to win. Dampening has just been the way to play forever. Has evasion have damage reduction from either this talent or just built into Feint? The one in paint is everything, yeah. Still try no flag into this. Just see what I can get. Your ult setup? I don't think so. The additive? No, all modifiers in the game are multiplicative. Guy just leaps out of Earthen Shield Totem. Doesn't matter though. Guy just moves Earthen Shield Totem to him. They pre-tremor air. And accidentally DFA instead of disarming it. Couldn't tap that for some reason, even though I did it off of the kick, and he has no totems or pets out. He earthens into himself, the warrior doesn't even stay in it. He has no tremor, you can just go up and fear it. I don't know if we needed to paint up here because I already kited the Blade Storm. I mean, I guess it's okay for the Storm Bolt and everything, but because he popped all of his CDs into paints up for no reason. Instead of just waiting 3 seconds to do more damage. Could have gotten a sap there, but I pressed a global. Wishing I had disarm more than Ev. Oh, the pre-tremor. I'm gonna duel this, but it's not blades or anything, so I don't do any damage. So we should just AFK. I tried to DFA that, but he was like out of range until I walked up. In which case, it hit me by then. Like that. Maybe just duel defensively and for CC. To just stall out the DRs a little bit. Sucks because I have blades here. Might just be dead here. they did like 0 globals correctly the entire game. But I mean, disarm would have helped a little bit, but. I mean, disarm would have helped, but just seems like there's no way to do damage as any rogue build unless you play with flag. Like the only way to make anything do damage. Nice actually being able to do damn. I don't know what I'm gonna do though when that gets nerfed more than half, but even then I peaked at a 1.3 mil. I don't know, playing without subterfuge is just miserable too. Especially if you start fighting like dragons, then you need to like get nullifying off and stuff. I don't care about the double vanish, I only care about subterfuge. Even if it was like 3-second subterfuge. Like if they made Vigor like a 1-point node or something and like moved leeching poison like up on the tree to where like you could get D for like 3 points or something instead of like 4. I would gladly drop double vanish and 1 point in subterfuge. Or if like subterfuge switched with Seizing Darkness too. That's a flag nerf? I don't think so will be viable, man. I think this is the final nail in the coffin actually. I tried like 4 different builds today. I don't know if you were watching earlier, Calf. I was trying like a rotten build. And getting like 900k Gormos. And then I was just trying like the same normal build, but with just deeper daggers. Inevitability. And it just felt terrible. And then I was trying like a Cold Blood Secret Tech build. With no subterfuge. Yeah, I think we still have to play flag. And it's just like a 30% burst nerf. And you still have to play clunky. Like if they just like compensated a Vis by 20%. And then just like nerfed flag by like 80. And we could still get like a 1.5 of this without flag. Which would still be terrible, like a non-crit bleed bite build. Like not even a bite build, you know? It'd be fine, but... Yeah, I think sub is just gutted. I don't think there's a way to like make it do damage. I feel like it still has to be bugged somehow. beyond just like that supercharger wasn't working and works now. Because it just doesn't seem like there's a way to like do anything. Unless you win in like the first 2 goes from someone pressing 0 buttons and letting you just spam your entire blades with flag. With no peels. I just can't believe they're even doing that nerf. Like, I think flag is toxic and impossible to balance around, kind of like CDR. And I would be okay with them nerfing flag by like 80 and then just compensating other stuff. But like no compensation when sub is already dog shit. And to like only nerf feral by 5%. Like, is Smexon just main and feral or something and we just don't know about it? Like, it actually blows my mind. Like, it's literally a hate crime. I'm just like being spat on right now. The amount of shit that Feral Druid gets away with. Like, it blows my mind. Like, there's no way they have any human drugs from this fucking planet. Like, even someone just tripping on like DMT and ayahuasca wouldn't make changes this bad. Oh, like the bigger like the point that annoys me is that they reverted a lot of the Ellie Shaman nerfs. When Ellie Shamans are just 60-0ing people on accident. In a global. I mean, Feral is unnerfable. Everyone already switched to Feral since like season 4 of Dragonflight. It's just the new rogue. Defensively dueling. He wastes wall and air. Actually, probably dead soon. Going through Ross, I guess, because I don't really have a choice. Tops him with lay on hands because that needed to be buffed to work in dampening. He just decides to trap me for no reason. He wants to cyclone me low, I guess. Get trapped on my dance. Guess I'm back to AFK in the whole game. Might zap this guy in a sec. Nope. Bro. Please get the bop. I was trying to pre-duel the bop there, but that sucks. That was a smart bop though. I was just defing as a gap closer to duel instantly. I needed to duel before ever committing any of my buttons. I mean, honestly, he should have just bopped first global with flag just to remove it. It's like the better play, but I didn't really get to do anything there. The guy just kept defensively trapping the whole game because he doesn't actually need to trap to win. Anything they need to give us? Just like a flat Abyss compensation, maybe a big Shadow Strike. Just like a flat damage modifier on everything. And then maybe put Kidney back at like 25 or something. I don't think they're ever going to give us like Garrote on sub back, you know? Or letting like Gouge not break to our bleeds. They're never going to do anything cool like that, so. Think Dark Brew over 3 symbols? I don't know, honestly. I've been testing it, but I don't think you need triple symbols. It's just nice when you want to like double symbols every go or not. Yeah, Shadow Dance CDR is something they definitely need to do because they nerfed that from 0.8 to 0.5. So if you're not gonna have Vanish CDR, this needs to be 0.8. But yeah, I've gone back and forth testing this, but most times Dark Brew is better just because it's more Rupture. Because Rupture is your only button that really matters. Yeah, 3 symbols is nice when you're like double symbolsing every single go, but replicating it depends. Not always, but yeah. Or do you fake oil? Get it. Maybe get a sap because of the bomb. He ports 2 feet for no reason. Not even sure what broke my sap. You know, it is what it is. I should have knocked him out of the earthen there as like an extra interrupt. Hopefully he gets me somehow. So I can tap that. JK. Probably a bad duel, but I'm gonna try to DFA port there maybe. I'm still just dead. Oh. Guy faked 0 kicks, did nothing the entire game. Still did more damage than me playing flag pre-nerf. Good thing I'm getting nerfed in half tomorrow and he's getting buffed, even though he never faked a single kick or did anything. You got 3 UAs off in like 5 minutes. Down like that. I was thinking the one Grayson intro with like everyone's just faces photoshopped on. Like numb. Yeah, they're nerfing flag in half, so rips up tomorrow. But I mean, I think it'll still be the best build, sadly. I tested a bunch of other builds today and nothing felt good. I was testing like some Trickster Rotten Gormaw for like 900k into like some, you know, into like a big Cold Blood secret. I was also debating of doing this, but yeah, I think you need the Cold Blood secret to ever have a win con. But yeah, Feral has just been the better rogue for like more than a year now. What has been? No, I get it at Costco in bulk. You get the cane sugar, you know, Mexican Coke or whatever with like a 24 pack for like $30. Once you have that, you can't go back to normal soda, and you just buy them in bulk at Costco. Because restaurants will charge like $5 for them. No way that's ever affordable. For some reason I thought I had kidney there, but I have no UA. He could just dispel me here, but he doesn't. Now I have UA. Or he got seduced. He pre-walls air, so. Priest out of combat again. Now he gets combat back. Oh, he gets his first fake cast. 2 minutes before the other one. So you what? UA off through LOS. Get life swap. Big duel here in a sec. Got a 400 Gloom Blade there. That's not bad. So the 25% modifier here. And probably a Rotten. Better Blizz plates. I'm 30. Still feel like 22 though. Once you hit like the early life crisis of like 25 of like all of your friends having kids and careers, you kind of stop aging at that point. People that just like blame gameplay on age are not really in the know. Like I don't feel any slower than when I was like 25. If anything, the people that are like in their early 20s are more fried than the people that are like 28 to 30 plus. Just because alcohol mostly, just partying and stuff. Oh, I was like one finisher away from having to dance for that. That was being nerfed tomorrow. What do you mean? We're getting a 50% nerf on flag tomorrow. Stop is being gutted tomorrow. Even though it's inferior to Feral, and Feral is only getting a 5% nerf. No. They're gutting sub tomorrow. On the only way to do damage. If you want to do damage, like Asla's the only rogue build that does anything, I feel like. Like, and Venom is still gonna hit twice as hard as the biggest possible of this. On people being AFK and letting you flag blades on 2 different people for 10 seconds each without getting peeled once. I think I'm just dead here. Can't really avoid this collapsing void, I'm just kind of stuck in it. I have evasion in 3 seconds though. I have cloak in like 5 too. Trying to fake fade, but he's just not pressing it. I'll just babysit the blind sap here. And then I'll go with the sap. I just get rooted, of course, because he just throws down a tar trap. He wastes turtle. Guy just has Ross the whole game. I think I'm just dead here. I think trying to play a build based around crit is pretty terrible into Hunter, because Ross is just too available for how good it is. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to do damage without flag anymore. And when they bug fixed Supercharge, they hardcore nerfed it too from what it was day 1 of the expansion. Like if you test Supercharge without every modifier, it's like 100k of this damage. When tooltip wise, it should be like 200 or 300k of this damage. Yeah, even if you play like the normal maximum dam, like 30 stack flag, Deathstalker with like symbolic 30 stack flag, supercharged with T, not even playing subterfuge or 2 vanishes, and you line finality up perfectly, you're probably still hitting under 2 mil for like 20 globals of setup that you could do once a minute, when every other class just shits that out with like 3 globals of random damage. So like at the end of the day, like if the game goes beyond like 2 DRs and people press any of their defensives or peel at all, you're generally doing half the damage of most specs unless the players are really bad. No, I had like a 2 mil, but that's when I was like actually playing flag. I mean, BM is a joke, yeah. Do you want to switch? I can go on my hunter and you can log on a rogue real quick. I can pull out my Xbox controller. Benji, you know? I could do a little roll swap. Yeah, I'm just testing out a bunch of different builds to see if anything will be viable after the 50% nerf tomorrow, but I can't imagine being nerfed in half when my damage is already shit. And then reverting some of the Ellie nerfs is just hilarious to me too. I mean, Feral has just been better for so long, it's sad. What's annoying to me though is even if I play well on my Feral, like high rating on Feral, and I'm not just like memeing playing like no voice on like the second Feral or something, my viewership sucks on Feral because I've just kind of made people so loyal to Rogue. Everyone else just gets to play their Feral and have the same viewership because everyone else multi-classes more. But I feel like I have to be a masochist and just lose. Got saved by the passive. Slamming some Shadowcraft of his spam. He uses Lay on Hands. I actually disarmed into that. Feels bad, man. I'm bad. Paint that. Banish the charge here in a sec. Actually, I can't because I grabbed the eye. I might just be dead. He just bobs my duel because duel's really laggy. He MDs it for me though. Just kiting all of this CC. Step kick rep in a sec. Might get a re. Maybe sap that. Face combat for no reason. Next go is going to be a flag go. Blades. Cancel my slice so I can still farm flag stacks while disarmed. I don't know if I can kill through Enrage Regen and Second Wind, even though it's 55% dampening. Better evasion is disarm, he doesn't press it. We might be dead here. Disarms me on air now that I'm not dancing or anything. Might get a re and sap pally off that. Nope, I stay in combat for like 18 hours. I mean, they didn't stop a single go or trade defensives properly a single time. It still takes like over 60% damp to kill him doing literally nothing. With like 0% uptime too. Highest Avis there, even with 30 stack flag pre-nerf, 1.3. Can't imagine that with 30% less mastery. The brand is like Eureka Ergonomics. That was before all the nerfs, Atake. That was just like day one of the season. When it was like, you know, before half the talent stopped working. Like even if you play T instead of Subterfuge, it's not that high. Like it's pretty much impossible to get over 2.5 mil, even on a clothy, with 30 stack flag, symbolic, darkest night, finality, T playing no subterfuge, obviously supercharged. Like you can stack up like 20 different modifiers with a weapon enchant even, and the highest you could possibly ever see is like 2.5 mil. But in general, any team that uses their defensives or peels properly at all should be like, you should almost always be last on damage and shuffle. I mean, even if you can get like a 2 to like the problem is like the max theoretical possible is so high but so unrealistic, and then like the realistic is so dog shit. And it just needs to be more evened out. And like nerfing flag is okay for that, because then they can like tune it in other ways and compensate it. Like I think flag is clunky and really hard to balance because it's really noob stompy. But like zero compensation for it is wild. Because now you're basically doing the same damage as before the rework, but with no utility. So there's like just no point to play it anymore. New arena maps? I don't think so, no. I think BM will still be really good. It's not really possible to nerf how easy it is to play. Like the only counterplay to BM is just having a Nova for the pets. Am I playing tricks? I meant to spec out of it. This is from when I was doing shuffle. But not if you did that. I still get the sap. I don't know what that MC, but no meld for this because I'm playing dragon randomly. YOLO bomb, see if he panic trinkets. He trinkets anyway. Then the spell batch the bomb then. I have damage in like 40. I'll let the priest fear me, I don't care. I'm just AFK for a while anyway. I accidentally auto wasted T because of the stupid passive change. Do a shit go here. Alright, next go I actually have damage. I think we're dead here though. I'm in the dome, but yeah. I played that one bad though. Now you still, rupture is still like all of your damage, sadly. Yeah, I really hate the T change. It sucks to like waste it. At least it only wasted on 30 instead of 50. But it's still really stupid to just like T a non-go for no reason. But in general, I usually just play Subterfuge anyway. Because it's just too clunky a lot of times when there's like dragons and stuff and you need to get nullifying off. Or just like a lot of goes where you just fake open and you wait to get peeled. You want to be able to still do restunts. Also, it gets so much more value for meld. Like when you're like 4 or 5 goes into a game and you start being dance charge starved already. Did you end up pushing Kata? Nah, I didn't. Played Kata for like 1 day on like a Saturday. Played like a lot of games in 1 day. And then it just didn't seem feasible to go for rank 1. So I used to play EU, but I haven't played any EU this expansion. I didn't really want to do the campaign again and all that. I don't think there's any counterplay to Ellie. Ellie is really easy to play too. I'm complete other opposite take on that. Like obviously like there's a difference in like the AWC Ellies that have like infinite kick accuracy and like better groundings and like, you know, that are even more immortal. But for the most part, you just jump around and, you know, double everyone's dam and you're just tanky. Like most of the Ellie Shaman bots and Shuffle don't even play Burrow because they're tanky enough to not need it. And they run around until they 60-0 someone on accident in the global. Wants to fly in the air for fun, he can. That's awkward. I didn't think you'd frostbite me into another route. I have damage in like 20. Probably dead here though. Yeah. Another block. And it removes my stacks. Need to switch pillars. Reset a combat still, he gets combat. Make sure I don't get double feared. Oh, the edit mode should be in the Discord, but I'll update it. Or maybe I moved it a couple inches up and that's it, but I just updated it. Oh yeah, the bars are tied to bartender. That's why. Edit mode's not gonna do that. Like there, even on a mage with T, my highest of this was 1.6 mil. Like it honestly just feels bugged again already before the 50% nerf. I don't think it's because of Ven. Like Ven likes playing his sub rope too. You think Rogue's good now? I don't think Rogue is good right now, and it's getting nerfed in half tomorrow. Yeah, you could stay in human form as dragon, yeah. Just not on like actual evoker, only on other classes as dragon. But I think Night Elf Rogue is just way better than Dragon Rogue. It's just my ult for fun. I don't think Rogue is competitive in general anymore. It's just Feral has just replaced Rogue for so long now. Since like season 4 of Dragonflight, people just didn't want to admit it back then. Should have just killed the grounding for that ulti, but can't sap that for no reason. Next to me for no reason. Yeah, they announced the nerf like 2 hours ago. They just snuck it in with the other changes. It wasn't in like the full Friday notes. And then they also snuck in unnerfing Ellie Shaman on most of the nerfs. So yeah, I'm not really optimistic about tomorrow anymore. Like my damage is already shit before the nerf, so I don't know. Like it already feels like same damage as the rework. So I just don't have damage or utility anymore. Feral is just the new rogue, has been for a while. I think flag is still the best option though, even though it's clunky, because it becomes worth 35% mastery instead of 70% mastery. Because I tested a bunch of other builds without flag and it just didn't feel like I could do any damage at all. But my damage even with flag right now is pretty shit. Like my highest Abyss on that warrior was 1.3 mil. With 30 stack flag. And supercharge. And Darkest Night and Finality. I don't know, you'll do less damage than before the rework if you don't play flag. And even then, flag before the rework did more damage than this too. Because I was playing flag the whole last week before the patch, and I was getting 1.5 mils. But this was a T game. No subterfuge, no second vanish. 1.3 mil on the warrior. This is worse than pre-rework. With T. So yeah, it's just terrible. That was just because day 1 of the patch was like bugged or something. We've been nerfed 1 billion% since then already, or in like half a week. Like Tuesday and Wednesday, or Wednesday and Thursday, half the talents didn't work at all, and then Friday they fixed supercharge, but the damage was nowhere near day 1 of the patch. Then we got our 2.4 somehow. I think that's our record for the day. Bartender, it's a setting in there. Coping and just swap feral, pretty much feral. It's just higher quality of life. Not having to worry about being rooted and disarmed half the game. Ellie Shaman nerf, reverted. Ellie Shaman nerf, reverted. Flag reduced in half. And that's like the only way to make sub do any damage. Like I already did more damage before the rework than this. Unless the game is like 2 goes long and someone doesn't trade or peel blades at all. Then they just die without pressing defensives. I just rage trinkets a gouge for no reason. PFA over the Ring of Fire to avoid some free damage. Tried to sap that, but I couldn't. Try to avoid the double fear. Is he actually dead? Cool, just appeal. You're up trying the opener? A lot of times, yeah. More stacks of Macabre, and it's just a way to make sure you actually end your Darkest Night on having Finality Abyss ready. I just hope they compensate something when sub is literally extinct. Because it's like already really, really underrepresented, you know? And then I wish they would just like properly, like I'd rather they buff everything rather than nerf everything, period. Like I think they've been doing way too many nerfs in general. Instead of just buffing what's weak. Like the game is more fun when everyone feels OP. I don't like when the game is just some slow paced dampener fiesta, you know? Should just break. Apparently not. Should have killed that, but... I think we're just dead. Oh, I should have saved the knock to get him out of zone, to be honest. I'm gonna save the secret tech for the next go. Where I actually have flag and everything. Even though I basically would have farmed it off CD by then, but... I think we're just dead here, though. Stuck in roots, so I can't disarm that. Tried to cloak that, but couldn't. Not really sure what our win con is. Maybe sap that if I'm lucky. Maybe sap trinket. Yeah, cheap Chinese trinket, probably not worth it. I have damage in 10 though. Paint this. I'll ban this Hex. Getting micro peeled. Can't disarm the guy. Only got 20 stack flags. I got like stunned 3 times there. Blind his trinket because he rage trinketed gouge for no reason. But I had to do DR stuns too probably, but not really. Because he rage trinketed gouge into the blind, but then something broke the blind. We're all just maybe it was just DR actually, and I didn't see we paired him. But can't actually do anything into that. I guess I should just go shaman. AMS is like just too good into me. Probably a couple more of these though, and then I gotta find something else. Like viewer 2s is just cooking me right now. Is there a reason to play rogue? There isn't really one, honestly. It's just if you're a masochist. Or you just don't know how to play other things. Play tomorrow is just play feral, I think, but I think it's like if there's a gun to your head to still play rogue, I think flag is still mandatory. Like I tried like 3 or 4 different builds out today that wouldn't have flag, and none of them feel like they do any damage at all. Like even with flag, I feel like I'm doing less damage than before the rework. Like it feels bugged again. Shift C is the dragon knockback. Picked it up today, nice man. I don't think Outlaw does any damage either, and Outlaw lost Shadow Step. Like if you want to do damage, Asa is the only spec that does any damage, but then you have to deal with all the bleed dispels and like a bunch of other things that aren't quality of life. Like Feral is just a better version of Asa in every way. So there's not really a reason to play Rogue anymore. It's before the nerfs tomorrow, it's kind of just dog shit. DF8 is disarm. End this, I guess. Take that. Go blind sap. Actually, I can't sap it because my dance ended and I don't have subterfuge. I think I'm just dead here. I don't have OP cloak for the karma, so I'm not even gonna bother hitting into it. I think I'm just dead. Nice swap. Rest in peace, my blades. Pops my flag before I can stack it. Don't really know how I live there. Evasion in 1. Probably dead through it though, because Todd goes through evasion. Like we're both just dead. Vanish for the healing? No. I didn't have step to kidney behind the fist. Now, even with a 8-stack Macabre DFA with 30-stack flag that's also symbolic finalitied on the squishiest class possible is still like 2.5 mil. And like the average just normal eviscerate with like 6+ Macabre 30-stack flag finality is like 1.5 mil now. And that's before flags getting nerfed in half. And then playing without flag is just terrible. So there's not really any way to do damage. Can you cheap fist? Yeah, you can cheap it. Yeah, Rogue just does. It feels bugged again, honestly. I feel like Supercharge might not be working again. I need to test it on target dummies. I mean, there just isn't a realistic build that works against good players, is the thing. Now, if they nerfed flag and then compensated everything else and gave you like a 15% flat buff in PvP or like buffed a vis by like 20%, it would be fine to nerf flag by even 80 and just tell people don't play flag, it's a PvE button, and keep it out of PvP. That'd be fine. Or if they like compensated it and made it less clunky in PvP and it's like, oh, we nerfed the mastery in half, but now it gives you a combo point and it works with blades, so you can like fit it in your rotation easier. That would be fine. But getting nerfed with no compensation is wild. Like the damage is already dog shit in high rated shuffle. Fuck the binding. He stuns me even though I fanned him out of the meld. I don't know about that fear on Hunter, but it is what it is. Pre-skinned there, so we're just gonna AFK. We're just gonna go in when I have all my CDs in 10. Play against my clone. Oh. Does flag work? Basically, you stack it up by spending combo points, and then the more combo points you spend, up to like 30, you get a giant mastery buff. So it's like you fake go one guy, and then you swap the other guy with like plus 70% extra mastery. That's like the way you get big burst. But yeah. it being nerfed in half is pretty brutal because it's like the only way to do any burst at all. Even that game, my highest DFA with finality symbolic Darkest Night with 30 stack flag was 1.7 mil. Before the rework, I could get a 1.5 30 stack flag without symbolic and without DFA. So I'm just objectively doing less damage than the rework because this is also with comparing it subterfuge versus no subterfuge. Like the layer of extra clunk I'm doing to do this even. The damage is just not there. I don't know if it's bugged again or... But like that's just terrible. The amount of like clunk I did there with no subterfuge to only get a 1.7. Yeah, they added more changes to tomorrow, like a couple hours ago, and flag is losing half the mastery it has in PvP. So yeah, and I tested a bunch of builds without flag and none of them feel good. So you're probably just dropping sub entirely soon. Hopefully they'll like compensate it when it's like truly extinct, but what do you mean just a spell? I'm doing less damage than before the rework for the most part. That game I actually got a 2 mil, but... Yeah, there's a lot of times where I'll do a Darkest Night finality of this for like 1.5 mil. And it's like, why wouldn't I just sneeze out like, you know, 2 or 3 instant casts on any spec that does sustained damage? So instead of waiting a whole minute to like do the normal sustained DPS of another class anyway. That's doing that the entire game instead of a couple of globals per minute. Sub for Discord? No, you don't. It's free. The link is set to never expire, so I don't know. Where did you get the link from? The chatbot? I don't have scaling in there. I'll make a new link, I guess, right now, but it's set to never expire. You try this. You think sub will stay good? I don't think sub's good right now before the nerf anymore, honestly. I don't have subterfuge off, so I can't really get the bullshit dragon stacks off. I don't have subterfuge. We're just kind of AFK a bit. Good double fear. I might get a re-insap it. JK he has bleeds, so I just go healer. Doesn't pre-wall the flag. You just run because I can't get nullifyings off. I shouldn't play T into this. I thought he was actually going to commit to go into me, but can't sap this apparently, even though it was stun blind. Reskins air. I think I could 100-0 the dragon really soon. Or the feral. I don't know if I live long enough to do it though. I have damage in like 5. I got a 2.3 that game. Yeah, I think flag will still be the best build. But I tested a bunch of builds without it, and the damage drop off was just too large. If that was like a warrior though, that would be like 1.5 mil, not even. If it was like a hunter or a shaman, it'd be like 1.5 mil too. Feels like you could only hit that hard on just leather and cloth. And even then, 2.3 is pretty rare. Most times it's still like 1.7, even on squishies without subterfuge. And there's a lot of matchups where you need to go subterfuge. Like I should have dropped T and been subter there. Still the only way to get nullifyings. Got life swap. Dodge that to be annoying. Pick that to be annoying. Banish that. He gets the tyrant out. Try to get a blind sap. Stays combat the entire blind. Very deserved. Just running because he walled aggro. Might be dead here. I need that. Next go, I have damage. Do I want to wait until I have duel though? No, he'll have trinket by then. Free pain subs before I even press any buttons. Really good for me. Bro, that grip fucks me so bad. I'm not gonna get to stack my flag up now. That was a really good grip. I waited forever to do that go because of the pre-paints up on air. He coils into my cloak. That gets us back in the game. Might be able to sap this. Nope, we dot him randomly. Dying through PS because he has the whole Legion army out. Just gonna sap this guy's meld. I was gonna kidney him, but not gonna on use because I want it to line up with blades. Fainted this, doesn't matter though. Dying through feint and paints up. DFA might kill me because I'm lining my healer really hard, but going for the kill. Matrix still good? Nah, double DPS hasn't been viable in forever. Like in threes, maybe you could make it work. If you're like wazzing them and you play perfect and you're not fighting the enemy team playing best comp in the game. But yeah. For the most part, Feral is just better than Rogue. Like, just play FM Pal and you'll have much higher quality of life. Went through the Ross to the swapping pally because he's already on DR. Maybe I could sap that if I'm lucky. Nope, stays combat for no reason. And I'm just gonna die in a DR Hodge through swap. Sucks too because I danced there to try to sap there. And then I got micro CC'd on the whole dance. I mean, at least it wasn't like a blades or flag dance, but I was gonna be like AFK anyway. I don't think I'll be able to farm sap fast enough for this, but hoping he would panic trinket, but he has a brain. We have damage in 20. He pre-Ross's air before I actually go. Huge. Can't sap that because I get stuck in a root. I only get 21 stacks because I get peeled. And he just bobs my stacks. Think I'm just dead here. Haven't really had any good windows to use DFA this game. I think we're just dead. Pre-Ross's air again when I'm not even stunning him or dancing. Why not? Just press it at literally 100% HP. With his healer not even in CC yet. Maybe cheese this guy in a duel really soon. He wastes traps, so he can't defensively trap me in the duel now. No, I'm still dead on my go. It's wrapped. Guy trinkets aggro, doesn't really matter though. I'm getting soloed by the H-Pal and pets. There's a pain set back for me. We're both just dead. I don't know, we're not pain stepping himself at least. He uses it now, but I don't know how he recovers still. I have damage in 20, but we're dead this global. Here's the pets, maybe not. Gouge the one pet that didn't get feared somehow. Maybe set Pally off that. I have damage in like 5. Set Pally just to kite the pets. Bandage a tick. But it's actually embarrassing how bad this video game is sometimes. Guy pressed like 0 globals correctly the entire game. I can't hear you. You think Outlaw's easier for first time rogue than Asa? No, Outlaw's way more complicated than Asa. Asa is always the wheelchair spec. But it's just, you know, rogue in general is just inferior to feral, so. Just play feral, you'll have more fun. What was my highest Avista game with no subterfuge? And 1.7. Yeah, Disco's really good. I think we just lose. I'll have damage for a while. Three walls air, even though I'm not dancing. Pre-Rost himself on non-go. No, Hunter even plays like 10% correctly at all. Got bop number 1 of like 3 out of the way. Please dispel me. I want that. We got kicked. I don't get dispelled and I just die. I don't get to stack my flag up either. Nice. I mean, you could just trade, right? And just CC the blades and the flag. And the 4 mil was literally only day 1 of the patch. Like now it's like the peak physical of this on like a cloth with 30 stack flag and a symbolic and a DFA and a finality. But they have like 8 globals to react to. It's like 2.5. And then that's also your fault for just being a priest also or something and just not being a paladin. And just like bopping it because it's blades. You just bop flag 0.1, he gets no stacks and then he's useless. And then if he's not playing flag, it's gonna be like a stars aligned 1.5 into going AFK for a whole minute when every other class shits out, you know, 900Ks every global. Like trying to do like 300k DPS getting peeled when everyone else is doing 700k DPS. It's just a terrible class. Like you pretty much only do damage as Asa, where Asa can still get multi-million in Venoms. And good AoE against all the pets, but... I mean, I predicted this. It's just sad that it's already doing less damage than before the anniversary, and it's going to get halved on top of that. It was nice that, like, even with before the rework, that sub could be more playable than Outlaw and Asa. But yeah, now there's like no point for any of the 3 rogue specs. I would say Outlaw probably is the most realistic, but it's just so RNG and has no burst and like no agency to like self carry. And it's also reliant on people just stacking up and getting AoE'd. It seems like there's no universe where Rogue's even remotely comparable to Feral, because Feral is like the best parts of Sub, Asa, and Outlaw all blended into one, while also just not being disarmable, and not being novable, and not being sheepable. Like, why would you not just play Feral? Even if you nerfed Feral in half, it would still be better than Rogue, I think. Banish the crows. Not gonna unuse because I want it to line up with blades and flag. Don't know how I'm gonna power farm this dance. I think I'm just dead. I mean, hunters do that to shuffle too, right? You can't really avoid hunter in any bracket. I mean, at the end of the day, Peekaboo Feral 1 Cup 4, Waz Feral 1 Cup 2, Brill's playing Feral, Calvish is playing Feral. Like, there's just no real point to playing Rogue anymore. And even in like season 4 of Dragonflight, there was 0 RMPs that pushed rank 1. Like, FMP was like the only CC comp that Mage played for rank 1. There was like 3 different FMPs and no RMPs even in Dragonflight. Feral gets nerfed? Not really, because I think in general right now Feral is like the only good melee. Maybe Warrior will be good now after the buffs too, but like the casters are just a lot better right now. Like SP's insane, Ellie's insane, Warlock's insane, Shadow Priest's insane, Mage is still pretty good, even though I think Mage is still bugged. I think Feral is like the only S tier melee, I think, right now. He's been sitting rating for a very long time, but yeah, their team is very different outlier. Flag was the build that let any of the builds do damage, whether you played Subterfuge or T or, you know, any other choices. 30 stack Flag was the only thing that let you hit over 1.5 mil. And the big 3 mil crits plus were only day 1 of the patch. Thank you for streaming. Thank you, man. Appreciate the tier 1. Putting us at 4 for the day. Thank you, Tekiyama. Gonna go H-Pal the whole game. I don't think I can kill a hunter. Most of these hunters are really bad too and don't really use their Ross that well on their teammates. I'll vanish crows in a second when he presses it. Got bubble, I guess, which removes my flag, so I don't get any stacks. Got wall and a free bop, even though he was completely fine. That wasn't my blades or anything, so there's no point in him trading. But I'll take a free bop. Especially on non-flag. Still just dead here to air though. Trying to kite the pets, but kind of brain lagged a global there. I thought for some reason that I had kidney. Might kill though, it's all my damage. Pure class down. Still might get 2v1 though. Wonder if I can dual jump up the ledge. I can't. Okay. HPL getting nerfed? Not really. I mean, he's getting some small slaps on the wrist, but they don't outweigh how big of buffs they already got with the anniversary, even though they were already the best healer. Like, the lay on hands change was just absolutely brain damaged level of drugs. And then, pretty much all of the extra buffs they got were just really stupid. I don't think the upcoming, like, little mana nerf and a few other things are enough to adjust like how much quality of life they gained on like forbearance and lay on hands and all that. Like it was already like ×5 every other healer, now it's like ×10. Like HPL is kind of just unnerfable. It just has way too much quality of life. It needs a rework. Lay on hands doesn't get affected by dampening anymore with the anniversary patch, and it doesn't give forbearance anymore. Which is insane because in twos and shuffle, dampening gets really crazy. So actually making someone go 2% to 100% and like 60% damp is broken. Even though it was already the best healer before that change. It's just insane that they're like that bad with balancing. I was cheap shot on that, but stays combat for no reason. That was a good bid. I guess I'm just AFK for a minute then. Waiting on my CDs anyway, but Please get me, please get me. Not like this. No, where's my flag? Nice, we still got it stacked up actually. Gonna get life swap here probably. 2%. Nope. He doesn't have swap. But they're still gonna live anyway. Actually gets his first fake in 4 minutes. Nice. Didn't even know he was even gonna try to ever fake. Or just run because he's getting tyrant out. At least he pre-packed like non-dance too. Good sap priest now, he gets combat back. Good grip. I'm probably dead here. Yeah. If you're doing finishers with Darkest Night buff up and you're not using the big abyss crit, it just keeps it at 3 stacks. So that you can't like build up 2 Darkest Nights in a row. But sometimes I'm just holding on to the crit buff. How come we aren't seeing H-Pile healers only right now? We are. Occasionally you'll see a disc, but if you play shuffle enough, you'll just see an H-Pile 6-0 every shaman or dragon or anything that tries to play the game. Unless it's like a really bad fresh reroll H-Pile that has no idea what they're doing, that's like 700 rating higher than they belong. And they're like just some random 1600 H-Pile at like 2100, 2200. And in which case then it's possible for like a rank 1 shaman to like 6-0 a really, really bad H-Pile. But for the most part, there's no healer that's even close to H-Pile besides Disc. But H-Pile is still significantly better than Disc too. Unless there's like a specific niche comp. But like there's some comps where you can make Disc work, but like you wouldn't play RM Pal as sub instead of Disc, but and I would say like maybe sub Affliction, H-Pal's probably, or Disc is probably better than H-Pal too. Elite Rogue, I mean it's pretty terrible right now, yeah. And it's getting nerfed more tomorrow, even though it's not good right now. So there's definitely not much of a point to play it. Three paint steps air. Hopefully that's the hex. Doesn't get it. Gets faded on the sphere. Feels bad. A cloak in 5, but I could die here. Cloak in 3. Yeah, I've knocked back on dragon, yeah. But I think Night Elf is better. This is just my alt rook. Because you can make dragon permanently look like human. Kind of cool. It's a change with the anniversary patch. You can just make it basically be perma-human. As long as you're a non-evoker. Like, if evokers still are forced to look like a dragon, which sucks, but... Plan if no subterfuge, 1 vanish charge comes to normal. Yeah, but I don't think that will become the normal. It's too clunky. You're just way too dance charge starved. Even if you never double dance, and he goes. I can play this game like a dragon if you want, though. Even though it's ugly as hell. Some kind of a ramp up's back. I don't agree with it, but I mean, flag is ramp, yeah. It's definitely snowballing momentum. Hopefully this breaks. Going for CC and just defensively. Change comps for AWC? No, I think it'll still be FM Powell and Feral Shadow Priest Powell. Maybe a little more Boomkin might sneak through. Maybe a little more BM Hunter in general. Like there might be some more BM Hunter Ellie. They're nerfing the mastery from flag in half in PvP tomorrow. It's on Wildhead. I think H-Pal is still the best healer. I think Shadow Priest is still insane. I think Feral is still insane. They gave Boomy 2 incarns. Dragon really the best for sub? No. I think Night Elf is mandatory still. Otherwise you're way too dance charge starved. I went back Night Elf on my main. It's just my second rogue. This is like the normal build right now, but I've been testing a bunch of different builds today for like playing without flag tomorrow, but they all feel terrible. I think you still play flag even with the nerf. It's the only way to do damage. Like they Omega buffed H-Pow when it was already the best healer by a mile. Like I don't know what drugs they're on. The H-Pow nerfs tomorrow don't do anything. You could literally double Holy Priest, and it would still probably be the worst healer. Like, that's how bad their balancing team is. I think Enhance is actually really good this patch, so I don't know. I don't know if that really... Like, I'd rather they focus on buffing things, though, rather than nerf everything. Yeah, the best option is just play Feral. If you like doing damage and having CC. Bubble lay on hands. Dropped combat there for a second. I almost had the sap. DFA'd the Shadow Fury. Doesn't matter though. 3 packs air when I haven't even danced or anything yet. Kidney Pally because he's going for a Hajj. Waiting out the dark pack because I don't do enough damage to break it. Actually gonna die because he walls aggro. Maybe sap Pally off this. I have damage the next go at least if I live here, but I don't know if I do. Gets the haunt up, so I'm probably dead. Coiled on my flag. He bops it. Okay, that's the rest of my damage gone. And I kind of lined my healer here, swapping on the bop, but should have just perma-lined. He wastes his second bop for no reason. That's really good, actually. Maybe in a minute and a half I can do damage again and kill? Nope. Pretty skilled video game. He rage trinkets aggro. Maybe I can kill H-Pal in 20. To waste Dark Pact. Fucking rat die. Oh, they deserve it so much. Disgusting Warlock Holy Pally players, man. I had to go Super Saiyan BlizzCon Game 7 for that. Couldn't sap him apparently. I'm actually gonna die still. That's sad. I have Vanish actually, I'm fine. Tap the res 3 times. We're gonna hit that 60% dampening required to kill a god class. But he'll also just be able to lay on hands and dampening. So it's gonna be even harder to kill. Cloak this Hajj. He has bubble. I know he doesn't for 2 minutes. They deserve it, dude. They deserve it so much. Whew, I brought my blood pressure after that one. That's some good content. I don't know if I'm even gonna play AWC for season 2. If I have a good team, probably just play whatever class does the most PV damage. I mean, I'll take that game. They were emoting me and like teabagging my viewer 2's healer. So I had to just 1v2 bag them back. Since the guy just can't keep combat. And they both just like trinketed air aggro chasing me orange Marma style. I mean, they need to get all the AoE out of the game, period. Like, PvP needs to be completely separated from Mythic Plus. So bad for the game. No, zero compensation at all. I still think flag is going to be mandatory, actually. It's just the only way to do damage. Okay, pre-paints up himself in stealth. I have damage and like 20. Maybe a little less, actually. Think I'm just dead here, though. I had literally lethal right here. Actually, no, I didn't. He had trinket. I was gonna dance duel him right there, but I don't think he dies through trinket. Like data. I mean, I don't want to do more raiding. And I need solo queue. And I got rid of all my Cata gold already. Because it's really a pay to win GDKP PvE gear game. And I just... Having a third of my week just be GDKP that I don't really want to stream, or you know, is just really bad content. I wish Kata wasn't dead, and that I had like a full friends list of people that wanted to play Kata every day, and that they like made Kata rewards go to retail so people wanted to play it. Even though I have all the rewards and it would make them less rare, and that they added like solo queue and shit. Like, if it was pumping and they like made it to where like you can get PvE gear from PvP once like World First is over in the second day of the season, then yeah, the class design on Kata is much better. But I need to be able to play and stream every day because streaming is my job. There's like 5 people I like saying I like playing with, you know? He's like, queue up? What, on shuffle? I mean, we're both getting removed from the game, so today we'll decide it then. My step kick animation went off there, but kick didn't go on CD. Crazy, this guy's playing Gnome Outlaw. With ad app on. Doing this even though it's bad. Finish my stacks, going Druid for a sec. Yeah, he's perma bear the whole game. I don't like giving him this much Blade Flurry, but he's barely micromanaging Blade Flurry properly anyway, so. I jinxed it, now he bound it finally. Letting him come peel me. Druid pre-skins even though I'm in peels. I'm actually still just dead to air though. Defensive blind. They break it. Gouge Rogue in 1 when the rupture falls. Blind Rogue, no adapt. Do a cheap shot Rogue. He did drop combat there for a sec, but tried to evasion disarm, but he didn't do it. Disarm AR. I think we're dead here. Nice spirit. It gets adapted though. We're probably dead. Could try to kidney kill him in 20. But I think we're gonna die here because it's gonna blade flurry us both. He has paints up for himself. I don't know why we're greeting it at like 10%. He got kicked, so he's probably dead. Yeah. I think if we just pre-PS there, I just killed the guy there. I think fearing for his adapt is pretty good too. Then I could just kill the guy in duel with kidney. I mean, that's just where the game's at, right? Outlaw's better now? I don't know if I would say it's better, but... It's not like he did anything fancy. He didn't evasion anything. He didn't, like, even feint anything. He didn't CC anything's trinket. I have 2 ferals. I've been playing a lot of feral. I have every class leveled except for dragon and shaman and paladin. So I need to level my pally because leveling's a lot easier now. I'd move to pop. Nah, I don't think it's bad. Because you basically get your Darkest Night ready, finishing your flag stacks. Yeah, I've already farmed like 40 anniversary tokens. What do you think of the flag nerf? I think flag is toxic and it's impossible to balance, but like it is the only way we do damage. And I don't think sub is viable right now already. Or like competitive. I would rather they nerf flag by like 50 like they're doing and then make it either off global or give 1 combo point and work with blades so that you can like do it in the rotation easier. Or if they just nerfed it by 80 and then like buffed Evis by like 20% to compensate. Even though that would still be a nerf. But like no compensation is wild. Like they're on massive drugs. Like I don't think it's that good right now anyway. Especially when Feral gets such a light slap on the wrist when Feral is just God mode, the only good melee in the entire game. But I think Warrior will be good after the buff too. Dude, it took me like 2 whole seconds to auto that totem even though I right clicked on it instantly. Lowest swing timer ever without slice. I almost just evaporated. Don't stun DR. I guess I could have disarmed, I guess, but... Okay. Guy's pumping. I need to rewatch how he did damage there. I had disarm. I didn't even mean to play disarm in that matchup, but it's not like he's playing Doom Winds. I just gotta see why he did damage. Was it just the Prim wave? Oh, it's just Ascendance. Okay, yeah. I should just pre-press it 100%. It's just the Ascendance doesn't properly work at my weak auras. Because the spell ID is just wrong, even though I have the one properly from Wowhead. Like the new animations for it. Yeah, that's just like the tail end of his Ascendance still. Okay. Maybe I just add it to Better Blizz. And then maybe that'll work. What even how I spell it? I had it right. It needs to be an outlaw or acid meta. I think it's just a feral meta, man. I think sub might still be the best. I think you still probably play flag. And it's just worse. Even though it's already not good. I think outlaw is just 2 RNG, no agency to self-carry because you have no burst. And then acid, there's just too many bleed removal specs. I don't know. Even more of a reason to play feral, in my opinion. I tried like 4 or 5 different builds without flag, and it felt like none of them do damage, so. Oh, I'm not playing DFA. I was like, how can I not DFA that guy? Night Elf Rogue is way better than Dragon. My main is still Night Elf. I just went Dragon on my ult for fun. Farming this guy for fun. If I had DFA, I would have killed the lock first go. I just couldn't gap close to him with the DFA. Playing Feral and AWC. If I have a team for season 2, but I don't know. AWC in general is just not worth it. Even if you make the gauntlet, and let's say you even do well and you win a cup, you're sacrificing like 50 hours of streaming for the month to make like $1,500. So it halves my streaming income to gamble, and then if I don't even make the gauntlet, then I get nothing. But even if I make the gauntlet, it's still way less than I would make streaming, even though I don't make much streaming either. Because usually for me, a whole month of streaming is like $1,500 to $2,500 a month. But if I have like a month where I make 1,300 streaming, like this month, because I took so much time off for AWC, you can't stream it. I mean, not good viewership, and no good team will want to play with you if you stream your practice. Let alone you won't have good teams to practice into. Like no one's gonna give you war games if you're exposing both of your practice. I mean, that's for what I get like 180 to 200 hours a month doing 6 days a week, 7 hours a day ish. And that's like a good month. Like this month with AWC, I'm like actually at 1,300. I'm making less than my rent right now. And that doesn't even help me afford my taxes and stuff. Because I get taxed way more than people that have normal jobs. Like even if I only make like 30K in a year sometimes, like that's like a good year. And I average it out to like $9 an hour, I still get taxed like 7 grand. If I don't have like an insane amount of expenses. So like last year I made like 25K and I managed to get enough expenses where I got my taxes down to 1K. I upgraded my computer and I did a bunch of other stuff. And then I also get to deduct a little bit of my rent off of like basically having an office space. Arizona. But I mean, there's federal tax and state tax, you know, so. But no, I stream like full time. But yeah, pretty much I think by my birthday next year in March, I'm probably just gonna full on quit. Like I've already like almost quit twice. I got really lucky that I got even to keep playing this expansion because I was pretty much at the end of my rope, and then I got really lucky with almost winning the Kata tournament, and then also having Zaryu run around donating a bunch of streamers money, like when he was doing the Mr. Beast, or he was going like full Mr. Beast mode with the Jersey Mike's like collab thing he had, and he ended up giving me like 2 grand and like Aegis like 2 grand and a bunch of people. And yeah, if it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't have made it to Kata. And then Kata was really good for my stream for a few months. But I mean, it's just like right now it'd be stupid not to stream the end of the year because ads are worth way more in like November, December because of like Christmas time. But I think early next year, I mean, I don't see the future in WoW right now. It just seems like it's getting way worse. And there's no real game that could replace it for me. Even if I go push like Challenger in League or something, you know, it's just, yeah. Unless like a new game comes out that I really like, that isn't a fighting game or a FPS, which is really unlikely. Because, you know, I just don't see WoW ever growing. $2.6 mil, god damn. Why does that guy take damage when other people don't? I mean, I've worked plenty of 9-to-5s. I've done IT, I've waited tables, I've worked retail. Probably find some just entry level, level 1, you know, help desk tech work kind of thing and just be, you know, I don't know. I mean, probably not much more, but at least they would be consistent. Because there's days where I can stream 4 hours, make a couple $100. And then there's days where I can stream 9 hours and make legitimately $20, $40, not even. Like there just needs to be, and that's with like not having to budget a third of my income for taxes and maybe actually having health insurance, you know, and like I'm just a margin away from screwed right now, you know, as it is. Like I have no savings at all, and I'm just pure checking account Andy with with some no interest credit card stuff I'm gonna need to figure out middle of next year. So yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, I can't really put in 200 hours a month for, you know, 25, 30K a year. Now, if it was like enough of like a growing that I could get out of WoW and not just be treading water the whole time trying to make a dream job work, then yeah, but I want WoW to be like the perfect game that I want it to be for me, and it's never gonna be that. Because they're never gonna like actually separate PvP from PvE or do like, you know, a free to play model where like millions of people are actually willing to play Arena. At the end of the day, it's just gonna be the same like 50 to 100 players. And that's like it, kinda. It's really big fish, small pond. It's just really, really, really hard to grow. And I don't want to really play another MMO either. Like, I don't really care about the PvE side of MMOs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just have to quit overall. Because there's no other games I really like. The good old days, yeah. Double DPS hasn't been good in so long. But yeah, I'm pretty much like just kind of treading water, hoping I keep breaking even with where I'm at right now. And just hovering between 200 and 500 subs and like just running more ads and stuff and seeing if I can still kind of hover 15, 2,500 a month and then just get my hours way up, you know, get the ad revenue from the holidays, and then I'd like to think that, you know, every single WoW expansion is the real WoW expansion, but they generally, nobody plays the middle of a season unless you're a booster or a streamer, and there's just not really any variety. And I don't think they're going to solve the, you know, solo shuffle queues being 20, 30 minutes at high rating. Blitz was pretty much a complete flop. I don't really like playing Blitz unless I have like a healer to duo queue with. Should be able to sap this hopefully. I was gonna cheap shot a trinket, but it's not worth that. Should just be perma lining right here. I shouldn't even have tried to walk up to step kick the healer into CC. I'm still doing it anyway. Okay, I get earth grab, so I can't even gouge kitty. Hexes me for no reason. I have damage for the next go. I think I'm just dead here though. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, I'm 30. It's literally been like 5 years of like, the next WoW expansion will be the one where they finally do the job, and it's just at a certain point you just got to give up because it's just gotten more and more inactive every expansion. I think what happened to the end of Kata that quickly was like the biggest wake up call of it all. Like the only reason why people think it's like halfway alive right now with like rank 1 spots is just because they added in that change where there's duplicate spots for alts. If they didn't do that, we'd probably be at like 20, 30 rank 1 spots territory. I mean, it just needs something really important to like revitalize it. They can't be an expansion and a half late to looking at MMR issues and then still not even fix the issue anyway. They need a whole revamp of the entire rating system. There needs to be just a whole different model for solo queue. PvP and PvE need to be completely separated. Even if it's like a PvP island server where you can't really, you know, do any other type of content and it's free to play. Because at the end of the day, even Plunderstorm would be fun again for like another month, but like BRs aren't really my genre either. And they're not going to make like a Plunderstorm-esque version of Arena. You live with Brent? No, I've been living with my girlfriend for 3 years. If I was living at home, it'd be so much easier to afford things. But right now my rent is like $1,700 a month because this economy is just terrible. Yeah, Arena just is not bringing in new people and I love it, but it's just, I think just completely abandoning the old guard as well just to try to bring in Zoomers is never going to work either because Zoomers just don't play MMOs. So it's really just team wait for a new game that comes out that scratches a similar itch as Arena. And I don't think, you know, fan-made games like, you know, Ring of Titan and stuff, they're cool, but it's never going to be a full replacement. I mean, we just had a subpocalypse. We've been mostly at 400 to 500 subs. But yeah, ad revenue is most of my income. But usually we're like 350 to 600 subs. And ad revenue is the majority of my income. And I make 15 to 25. And then my portion of the bills for like internet, phone, rent, and all that is like 1,200 because I split the income with my girlfriend. The problem with WoW is there's just 80% downtime. Even if you're paying 2 subs and you're dual boxing and you're alternating the queues, and unless you're doing 1,600 peekaboo 1v2s, there's no way not to have your stream be half downtime. Because it's not even really about the esport, right? It's literally just, if you want a queue shuffle, you're going to sit 20, 30 minutes as a DPS or more. And then people are going to have bad vibes when they're like coin flipping their games in Blitz, because it's a really RNG bracket. Forgot to go DFA again, but it's fine. League has that problem too, where a lot of times there's a bunch of people dodging, you know, champ select and stuff, even with the changes they made to that. Why is Dragon Rig good? I think Night Elf is better. I'm just playing it for fun. Like the only people that do well in WoW at all are just people that play both versions of Classic and Retail and just basically PvE and Variety and React. Like it's never really worth it to play the game. Like it's way more lucrative to be like a Peo or like a Grayson or like what Zaryu's transitioned into, or you know, like even Sidu is mostly kind of, he was like vanilla PvE for a while too, going back and forth outside of whenever it's AWC time. But if he like wasn't focusing on AWC, he'd probably do better too. Pretty much like the only like actual retail only gameplay focused channel that does well is just Pika off of just like his personality, and that's it. And that's just his personality that could play any game. He could go with that, you know, crack a claw, frat boy mentality into like even a mobile game and people would still watch. Go be a League Pro, and there's not really that much money in League. Like it's just, yeah. People just don't really care about Arena anymore outside of like a couple hundred people, I feel like. The one egg I can't crack though is like the niche monopoly that some people can still have on like classic Arena. Because I feel like Mir and Avizura and stuff do so well for, you know, no cam, really inconsistent hours, so few hours, and actually being gameplay focused, you know? I don't think Ben's usually queuing high rated. He's usually just queuing like some low like alt that he barely plays. I don't think I ever see him like actually pushing. I have a stun blind sap really soon. Now I just have to be annoying, but it went off anyway. Pick that. I have damage in 15. Kidney for a fear. Oh, we got it already. Might just die here. No. I make a little bit from skill cap to stick just some extra income. Same with like doing a lot of odd review coaching for people. I think that also supplements my income a little bit. It's like more consistent. I don't think Sub Rogue is competitive right now. Like if the finals were right now, it would still just be Feral Mage, Feral Shadow Priest. I think it's probably still play Flag tomorrow. They're just basically losing like 30% mastery. Which is huge, but you don't do damage without it. Still way more damage than Deeper Daggers is. Game character title enabled? What do you mean? Like seeing your own name? The YouTube almost makes me zero. I've had like one or two like super chats, but the ad revenue from the YouTube is like non-existent. It's just there to like occasionally drag new people into the Twitch, or for people that want to like watch Twitch with no music, basically. It may be a little bit different with ads and how you rewind. Like it's just a bonus for people, but the YouTube makes me almost nothing. But it's still better to do it than to not do it. There's not really any orgs that consistently pay anymore. Like even Unitas wasn't paying anymore. They used to like pay almost as much as C9, but and then C9's been pretty out of WoW for a while. They screwed Flop out of a bunch of money too. I think like Liquid is literally probably like the only paying org. Because even Pika and the Move, they are not part of Golden Guardian anymore, right? Or are they? I don't think they are. But yeah, Liquid is literally the only one. And usually, if you are gonna get an org, they're not looking for you to win the tournament. They're just looking for streamers, basically. They get some eyes on it from the tournament, but the tourney is like a bonus. It's just getting a bundle of streamers, you know? I don't know the Echo situation that well. But like Team Liquid is an organization that goes to multiple games. I've never really heard of Echo in other games as much. Yeah, I would say like generally being good at a game is generally more of a curse than a bonus. Way better in life to just be a carefree payo. Ignorance is bliss. Why try, you know? All right, last game with this priest style, and then we'll figure out what we're doing after this. The thing is, like, it's really hard to like grow at all. Like, if I look at my analytics for the entire year, go January 2021 or 24 till now, we've only gained about 9,000 follows this entire year. See. If I go to just like individual months, there's very, very little growth. My hours are low this month because I took 2 days off to play end of season in Kata, and I also took a lot of time off for AWC. So like if I compare that to last month, hours were low there too, but April, it's just really hit or miss. I don't think so. I think Pika would have been just as big without BlizzCon. He just has way more energy. I don't know if he's, you know, snorting some stuff or like Adderalled out or something, you know, but Oh, it was still DR'd. That's awkward. No step to kick that for one. We have damage in 15, but I might just be dead before that. Evasion in 2, but I'm probably dead here. Try to gouge the rep. He gets off. Probably gets a good fake there. Got IBF. And a bop. Almost had a sap there. Oh, I still get it. JK, I accidentally stepped DK into the pellet. I stepped behind the Searing Glare, but it still hits me. He dispels it. I mean, that's just being a React Andy, right? It's just a much more important streamer skill than like gameplay, because Twitch hasn't really been a platform about gameplay in a very long time. Just gotta be a podcast about something, and then the gameplay is just some Subway Surfer in the background, basically. That's why people like classic WoW, is it's just paint drying. So that they can just maximum focus on yapping. It's just parasocial maxing. GG's, man. You played well. We're pumping. I mean, that's generally how it is, right? I think the last era of like gameplay Twitch was like early League of Legends, like season 4 League, season 5 League, when it was like when Best Riven NA BRNA, would have like 10K viewers, no webcam, no microphone, just decent at the game, you know, buy mana potions, troll around a little bit, win anyway. But nowadays it's just, you know, you have so much more competition. Because, you know, that was like more than 10 years ago at this point almost. And I think in general, esports is just less popular. Most people just don't have enough time to go that sweaty at games. And people just want to enjoy the game, and most people just don't want to put in effort in their gaming because they're relaxing the couple hours they get home from work or school or something. Most people just don't have the time to go that sweaty, and you know, the fun of a game just gets, and the soul in general just gets sucked out when people go too sweaty. And people have been just going too sweaty for like the last 10 years to the point there's not really a market for it unless like you're entertaining other people that are sweaty. But it's just like such a small niche kind of market of what most games are nowadays. Like just having like a really gameplay focused stream just generally does not perform at all. Like there's a reason even I majority of the time like get way better viewership than like Calvish, because I'm still like answering a bunch of questions and being like, you know, educational and like at least Calvish like answers people in chat and like, you know, still has a lot of funny stuff come up in general and is just playing with other people funny, and there's like occasionally like comms and stuff with team, you know. But in general, right, if Calv streamed no mic ever, never typed in his chat ever, my stream would obviously do better even if I was worse at the game. Because just pure gameplay does not sell anywhere, whether people want to learn or not, because they could just watch the VOD and be more respectful to their time. And I don't think Waz is like super sweaty. Like obviously they win everything and they care and they're really passionate, but he's still really entertaining as a streamer too. I think it's I wouldn't say rude, but like, you know, a little disrespectful to like say that he's not putting in like effort on like the streamer charisma side and that he's just gameplay. I don't consider him just a gameplay streamer, you know. He's running around like his cats are trolling him, like he can be excited and have some energy, you know. Yeah, I'll probably end on like a shuffle here if we can even get a Q pop. 22 minutes estimated. Probably won't get a pop. Maybe we'll Q a blitz. I'm kind of a little dampened on the viewer 2's front right now. Chris here gets a lot from subs. I don't really understand PS Hero that well, to be honest. He is an anomaly for sure. Because the gameplay is usually never really high level. The energy is not really there. I think that's just pure brute force in terms of just hours and how early he got his foot in the door. Because he's been consistent longer than like anyone else I can think of. Most people, it's like full-time a couple of years, disappear a couple of years. Full-time a year, disappear. Full-time a year, you know. Like for me, I've been streaming 10 years, but I was only really like full time the last couple of years. Yeah, the only time I see like stuff going on with him is like when he is playing with like Zico and Hydra and stuff. But yeah, he's been full time consistent for pretty much the whole time. He's just been, I don't know if that's just like his, you know, circumstances, maybe like cost of living is like lower there. So he's able to just fully see it as a win going full time for the last like 10 years straight. But in general, it's like I don't feel like I see growth. Like I feel like half the new followers I get are just people ban evading and just, you know, making a new account because they want to troll me. But it's really nice whenever I hear like a genuine like story from someone in chat that they're actually new. But I guess Classic is more of like an actual journey in that regard too, for people to like kind of keep checking back in on progress. Kind of like just watching someone do a giant RuneScape push of like, oh, they're 70 woodcutting now. Oh, now they're 85. Oh, you know. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I do VOD review off stream because I just got to afford everything. I've tried to do like free VOD review as like a sub goal and stuff, but it worked kind of well. You play hardcore? I don't really like hardcore that much, but I don't really care about vanilla or PvE. It's like too slow paced for me. I'm way too ADHD. Even with like Arrested XP Arrow add-on like spoon feeding me. Like I played vanilla back in the day when I was a kid, and you know, I just don't feel like it's aged well to me. It's not even about like APM and like pressing a global every global or anything. It's just like the movement, the rotational variety, and like just that the whole point of the game for me is get max level, get full gear, be able to play PvP. And I don't really care about battlegrounds because they're unranked. It's like doing well in a battle royale, or you're just like pub stomping in like an unranked game mode. And in general, even with BG Blitz on retail, it's too coin flippy because there's just I'm a smaller carry potential because I'm 1 out of 8. Like it's much easier for 2 people to carry 6 people than it is for 1 person to carry 7 people. For love of that, yeah. I mean, people would have to be comfortable with it when people I get on the books and stuff. Good night, Badgie. Hopefully we get to keep up that end on. Even though today's only gonna be like 6 hours because I started late. I had to run a bunch of errands today. But we'll definitely be trying more stuff out tomorrow. No, I'm not playing with Unitas anymore. The vibes weren't that great. We just didn't have synergy well, and I played better with other people, and you know, they played better with other people, and it was just bad vibes. I definitely bash the H pals I get in my shuffles, that's for sure. Or when I really hate a class. And I queue into it like 500 times in a row, like BM Hunter. What was the thing song? This is a Coheed and Cambria. The song names are right below the webcam. Yeah, we almost got that guy like 2-1 MMR doing viewer twos. So we're pumping on the viewer twos a bit. We had a couple bursty kills, but we tried a bunch of different builds. We tried just like the normal build that we already were playing and just like seeing how much like 30% less would be on mastery. We tried some T, no subterfuge. We tried just some like no flag in general. Tried like some rotten Gormaz with cold blood. We tried just basically another like kind of Deathstalker build, but I still don't know how I feel on Deathstalker versus Trickster. I feel like Trickster bugs out too much and Coup de Grace doesn't do anything. No, I ended up not pushing rank 1 in Classic. There's like 40 spots and they're just all the same like Europeans on their mains and ults. And then like 3 different jungles that snipe and dodge. I think it's probably still play flag. There's just no damage as any other build. Wait, did we get a Q pop? Alright, the alt barrel got a lobby. Hopefully. Placements though, so. I mean, yeah, most of my streams on Twitch, but. Well, I forgot it. Thanks, man. I just don't know why you would play Rat Hunter when you could just play like Ellie Shaman BM Hunter. Yeah, me and Zara used to play a lot. Dude, this is what happens though when you try to do anything but stream viewer twos. See, even if I play like high rated real threes and I have like a healer somehow, I'm probably still gonna sit 6 minute, 7 minute queue. Play meta? Nah. They reverted a lot of the LE nerfs for tomorrow when they decided to nerf Rogue, so. One spec, you would never play? I mean, I'm down with playing every class. I would say my least favorite class or spec in the entire game is Asa Rogue. It is the least fun thing. I still have to play it every other season. It's just the least inspiring, least skill cap, most boring spec. You run around, you tab growth everything, you pray their comp doesn't have a billion bleed dispels, you pray they stack up for AoE. And it's kind of just completely out of your hands. And it's just an inferior version of Feral, and it's just boring. It's so PvE. Like, occasionally you kind of get the, oh, I blinded him, gouged his trinket into a Garrote cheap shot, Garrote everyone else, and it's like, it's fun for like a couple globals every few minutes, but for the most part, just running around, tab dotting everyone is just boring. Doesn't really feel that interactive. Like, faking kicks and stuff and getting precogs, or even getting just kicks out of the way on Feral is fun. All the casters are fun. Being like a dampen lord on Ret and like getting your teammates out of CC. Not fun, but like, you know, more fun than Asa. Like you're interacting with something. Like if you learn how to do good damage on any other spec, there's still like mix-ups and, you know, variations of like stuff. Asa Rogue, you don't really feel any of that. It's easier, but like it also falls off in shuffle too, though. I would say sub is the best of the three in shuffle. There's just more required of you. Gotta get gooder. Because like the problem with Asa is it's way more coin flippy on just like how many bleed removals there are. And the quality of your healers. Because it's a little squishier than sub. And most of the healers in shuffle are pretty bad. Not even like mending bandage, it's like double dragon or like double H-Pal or like H-Pal ret. Maybe sprinkle in a dwarf in there. Maybe even rogue v rogue with the other rogue going OP cloak now that it's like more affordable. Not having to play bargain. Yeah, Windwalker mobility is only for running away, not really for chasing people. And people just cooldown trade well into it. Why it's not as good as Feral. Like it's just same with, you know, Feral's like the only good melee. Maybe Warrior will be good too tomorrow, but like it's much better to just be an LE or a Shadow Priest or Affliction or Mage or Hunter. The reason why almost every comp just plays with Feral. It's Feral Mage, Feral Shadow Priest, Feral Hunter. Because the DK nerfs were pretty big. Yeah, I still haven't queued into that many enhanced outside of like some YOLO 2s. Rupture's even worth playing these days. During burst, I just CS flag blades. Well, you should do like flag kidney or kidney flag, but sometimes you can do an Abyss before the secret tech. But yeah, you should definitely use Rupture though, because you want to like have your Darkest Night Abyss crit be with Finality for the 30% buff on the crit. So usually you do like one Rupture, one Abyss, one secret. But if it doesn't line up, you don't have to like overly force it. But in general, Rupture is like 20-30% of your dam if you just keep it up on everything. It adds up a lot. And it's more energy efficient. Yeah, even with Trickster. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I guess you're not playing Darkest Night, so. But you still want to Rupture anyway. It's also more stacks than Macabre. Yeah, Ellie just runs around PvEing until they accidentally 60-0 someone in the global. $17 MMR on my first placement. Weird. Of course, then the other one procs. Oh, it's a blitz at least. I don't feel bad missing a blitz. I'll queue one later, I guess, if he queues it. I'm not gonna let him bait me into tanking. Plan right now on sub is a complete gamble. I'll gamble after he's already passed. I'll kick out of the way for him at least. Root the main pet off. Now I clone the warrior. Stun healer for him. Guess I pre-wall. Try to clone the bop DR. I'll just clone HPAL because this guy never sheeps because it's low rating. My blood talent's back ready. Stop myself real quick. One warrior off. He's still gonna just die to air. Reclone warrior. He has no reflect. Now I could switch the clone to Pally. Hunter has kick, but he's just not gonna press it. I might just be dead here through skin and stuff, but we'll see. Done that. A lot of spam bites here. One warrior, no reflect. Okay, reclone warrior in a sec. Hunter's gonna kick me, he doesn't. Drag trinket to my bar. I have Windcarn in 10. My Pally's gonna die before I kill this guy. Not sure why this mage isn't just like sheeping though, but what happened to sub? It's not great. What scenario do you choose to kill healers? Like if the defensives and everyone else is on DR, or like they have like Pally sack or something up, and you're just like swapping on the sack. The hunter's just AFK, I guess, but we'll just kill this guy, I guess. Win trade? Okay. Pika 1 on Feral. Most rogues are just Ferals nowadays. Confirmed win trade or true? I don't know if this guy's like still AFK or something. I think he's like bugged. I don't even see him. Yeah, he's just bugged or something. He's like in the enemy starting room. What the hell? Well, apparently they see him. Yeah, I guess he's just going 06. Well, rest in peace 6-0ing my first lobby and snowballing my MMR. Watch him be back for this round now. Weird because the healer can't even heal him because it shows him in the enemy starting room even though he's not. Yeah, he's DC'd all around, but it's like he's like bugged out on top of being DC'd. And it's like not kicking him out of the lobby somehow. Yeah, now it finally kicks him out of the lobby. Sucks because he won a round before starting to spam DC too. That was worth like the 20-minute queue. Alright, we'll check if Pika actually queued. Or if you guys are just trolling real quick. But either way, I'm probably getting off soon. Maybe I'll queue one like off stream in a couple hours or something just to play for fun, you know, but yeah, it's pretty close to my getting off time because it's like 9 o'clock. Nope, I'm still number one. Guys are just trying to bait me. I see how it is. You can queue up and gamble with how terrible Subrogue is right now. I didn't see him playing minus 500 rating Wednesday, Thursday when Sub was bugged and not working at all. I tanked my win rate from 70% to 50 because I literally was like 20 and 60 because I could not do any damage on Wednesday, Thursday when like Supercharge and like 2 other talents were bugged. I tanked all the way to 2.1 and then had to like repush from there. Because I was like 25, 50 MMR, 25 CR. And then I had like on Tuesday when it was good. And then yeah, Wednesday, Thursday we were really down bad. But yeah, he hasn't queued yet. You guys are debating me, man. Unless like he's in the lobby right now and he's like 5-0. Let me see. Oh, he's on round 2 out of 6. Oh, he's playing Disc Priest. Never mind. What do you mean? Oh, we got a shuffle on the alarm. That we'll end on a shuffle on alarm, I guess. I don't know if that's Laros or if this is like Magnus or some shit. I think this is Laros. Warrior Shadow Priest. Is Larmin losing his Rogue Mage? Oh, it is Magnus? Okay. I was like, it's not the Bing Bong. Like, it's just like some Laros ult, but I can see that. Yeah, Rogue's getting gutted tomorrow. I think we're all just dead here. Offensively dueling Hunter. Soldiers dying to pets. Got disperse. Collapsing Void is out. Soldiers dead to air. Disarm. Warrior's not on my team now. Highest 30 stack flag. Symbolic finality of this 1.4 mil. Really playable. I can't wait for that to get nerfed in half. My damage is already worse than before the rework with all the utility. Pretty good. Find the aura hex. Fill the link. Solo force disperse. There's no intim, so this is my kidney for trap. Probably not gonna dance this go because I don't actually have that much damage. And I'm not playing Night Elf, so I don't have meld. Anyways, Earthern anyway, and not blades. Probably still just dead. I don't even know what hits me. Oh, collapsing void, I guess. I just get like 50 ode to air waiting on DRs. Either a heal diff or it's a 6-0 for the SP. Either way, they're both really bad outcomes. The shadow portion is still way worse than 30%. Shadow portion is like 10-20%. Doesn't scale with all the modifiers properly. It adds up when you're slamming like 5 eviscerates in a row, but dude, that root is so annoying. I don't do enough damage to kill Cap's Sun Totem. Love to see it. Get rerouted again. Suns for a fear. Love to see it. DR Hodge for no reason. Yeah, the disperse there. Evage. Not into blind sap, hopefully. Going through the parry. We have damage in 20. Try to step kick the hex. Problem is we have no disperse. Finish my stacks at the very end. Have it disarm in 2. We're probably dead here. Try to gouge for a fear. Disarm more. Sun Hunter. Get Link. Forget that. Finishing defensively, but we're all just dead. He bobs me instead of the priest, even though I was in Vanish. I don't think he had lay. Omni CD's just bugged and doesn't properly track it. I guess it's an 06 for me, actually. Because I thought the HPAL was maybe 6-0ing. But that was like the HPAL's only loss. Oh wait, no, the HPAL's the one losing to the Shaman. Never mind, it's the other way around. Somehow I thought it was the Shaman that was 0-3. And that I lost with the HPAL somehow, even though it's a counter, but I don't know. Maybe solo disperse. We got disperse. Probably fixed me. Gotta dodge the searing glare. Still hits me anyway. Kill the fiend. Might bomb to get a sap here. Get it? Can do a resap. Let me use trinket. Pick VT. Yellow blind off that. I have another vanish here, but pick Pally. Van did not die to air. I need to get back in this earthen. Somehow I'm still disarmed even though I switched to bargain this game. It's actually better though, because I want flag and blades to line up anyway. I didn't mean to really go bargain. Might be dead here though. If I stayed in the earthen, I probably could have held Link till right there. It's a better blues plates, yeah. Even if I win the next two in a row, I'm pretty screwed. Rip my MMR. Stays combat for no reason. And then he randomly just gets chunked. Has disperse and swap. Just dies to air. This was worth the 40-minute queue to just get win traded on where no one pressed their buttons, you know? Oh, the combat. Nice, traps my go. Get life swap. I think we're all just dead here. Hunter's gonna die without turtling now. Can't kill the Siphons. Got it now, but after there's a micro interrupt, overlap it with kick. Nice. Blind HPL and Copium. Hope he traps out of it. He gets bopped. It was trinket bop. Storm Warrior. He turtles. He runs out of earthen. Done everything for him to get a trap. Bomb this, probably get disperse. Got disperse. Couldn't kick that apparently. That was worth the queue time. I think we could have won the Rogue SP round if he pressed disperse or any button on his keyboard. And I think the Rogue Warrior rounds we should be able to get more pressure on the Priest, but I don't know. A Shaman should not be farming an H-Pal. It's fucking embarrassing for the Pally. Like, it should be impossible for an H-Pal to ever lose. As long as he uses like half his CDs, it should just be like the easiest 6-0 for him. Rogue shouldn't do damage. I mean, I have less control than most classes actually nowadays. Do you want Ferals not to do damage either? Or Hunters? Or Warlocks? Or Mages? What should do damage? Well, then they need to give me full blind back and actually put 8-second CCs back in the game. And give the CDR back. And fix all the AoE breaking CC. But yeah. But then you can take away my damage. Because even then, most specs double my damage already while having more utility. So it's like, what do I have? Like, I'm hitting for less than I did before the rework, even with 30 stack flag. 30 stack flag, even before the rework, was still 1.5 mil. Wouldn't be surprised if half the talents are just bugged again. Like they were on Wednesday, Thursday. Because the damage is just so dog shit, even with 30 stack flag. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. GG's guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll see how the Ellie slap on the wrist and Hunter slap on the wrist and Feral slap on the wrist do. Versus me getting nerfed in half. Even though it's not even S tier right now anymore. But yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.